Chapter 1309 Massacre. Chapter 1309 Massacre. The dragon Truebody was at the Dharma characteristic realm and was a major cultivation realm apart from the conjoint body experts of the primordial 6 races present. Even at the Dharma characteristic realm, Night Spirit could not escape the pursuit of the primordial 6 races. However, the dragon Truebody was different from Night Spirit. The dragon Truebody was not a pure dragon. His body and blood chi were cultivated with the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness as the foundation and were his strongest trump cards. For the heavenly eye and Rakshasa races that did not specialize in physique and bloodline, they were most likely doomed when the dragon Truebody closed into them. A crack suddenly appeared on the glabella of the mighty figure of the heavenly eye race. The terrifying heavenly eye opened once more, and chaos seemed to spread within. Countless mysterious runes surged as though the world had just opened up. A dark light burst forth. No matter how fast the dragon Truebody was, it could not match his visual technique. The moment the heavenly eye opened, the visual technique descended. At that moment, the two parties were so close that it was impossible to dodge. The expression of the dragon Truebody was unchanged as his eyes shone brightly with 2 blazing flames and 2 scarlet beams of light. The power of divine power spread. It was an innate divine power awakened by the dragon Truebody, Illumination Dragon Eye. This remnant beast of the dragon race, with an impure bloodline, has actually awakened the innate divine powers of the Illumination Dragon lineage? Wu Xie's eyes flickered, and he was even more suspicious. The Golden Crow, 3rd Prince, sneered, "Fufu, this beast is way too ignorant. He's courting death by using the Illumination Dragon Eye to fight against the visual techniques and divine powers of the Heavenly Eye race." The Heavenly Eye race reigned supreme over all visual techniques in the world. The might of the Illumination Dragon Eye was considered top tier among many visual techniques. However, against the visual technique of the Heavenly Eye race, there was no doubt that it was inferior. After all, the Heavenly Eye on the forehead possessed the bloodline essence of the Heavenly Eye race and the profoundness of their dharmic powers. Boom! Before the Golden Crow 3rd Prince finished his sentence, 2 scarlet beams of light collided against the dark light with a loud bang. A tragic cry sounded from the battlefield as a figure staggered and retreated continuously. Fufu, I've already said that this beast was asking for it by trying to challenge the visual technique of the Heavenly Eye race. The Golden Crow 3rd Prince was mocking when his expression changed and his smile froze. The experts of the primordial 6 races widened their eyes in disbelief as well. Indeed, victory was determined instantly in a clash of visual techniques. However, unlike what the experts of the primordial 6 races thought, the one that cried in tragic defeat was not the dragon Truebody, but the mighty figure of the Heavenly Eye race. How is that possible? God Han Ling frowned and murmured instinctively, "This beast is only at the Dharma characteristic realm, and yet he can injure a mighty figure of the Heavenly Eye race with a single visual technique." The mighty figure of the Bloodvine race was bewildered as well. "This can't be the Illumination Dragon Eye." The Golden Crow 3rd Prince said sternly, "The Illumination Dragon Eye can't be this powerful." To be precise, the visual technique released by his dragon Truebody was indeed not the Illumination Dragon Eye, but the Illumination Eye. That was because there was an illumination stone in his eyes that was an utmost treasure of the universe, and was even older than the creation Green Lotus. The visual technique of the Heavenly Eye race was indeed stronger than the Illumination Dragon Eye. However, the might of the Illumination Dragon Eye that was fused with the Illumination Stone had more than doubled. If it was a Tao Lord of the Heavenly Eye race at the same cultivation realm, the eye on the forehead of the Heavenly Eye race being would have gone blind from that single collision. But now The mighty figure of the heavenly eye race only had a pained expression and a trickle of blood from his heavenly eye. His foundation was not injured, and he would definitely recover after some recuperation. However, the dragon true body would not give him a chance. After that head-on visual technique clash, the dragon true body had a cold expression without any emotions in his eyes. He strode forward and extended his dragon claw, grabbing the head of the mighty figure of the heavenly eye race. The dragon claw was sharp and pierced the head of the mighty figure of the heavenly eye race instantly, crushing his consciousness and destroying his essence spirit. The dragon true body burst forth consecutively and killed another mighty figure of the primordial races. Elder. Many heavenly eye race beings were enraged and exclaimed, "Hum, hum, hum." Dozens of heavenly eye race beings, be it at the Dharma characteristic or conjoint body realm, opened their heavenly eye at the same time, and terrifying power burst forth instantly. Instantly, the world shook and a shuddering aura descended. The spirit perception of the dragon true body alerted him, and he left a long time ago. In a flash, he charged into the camp of the primordial 6 races. Sure, sure, sure. Dark lights descended one after another. They did not manage to hit the dragon true body, and instead severely injured the witch, golden crow, and bloodvine races, who could not dodge in time. The Rakshasa race relied on their immense physique and blood chi to avoid being struck by the dark lights. Have you gone insane, heavenly eye race? Shut your eyes. The golden crow, 3rd prince, roared. Once a visual technique was released, there was no way to retrieve it. Even if many experts of the heavenly eye race saw their visual techniques charging towards the other experts of the primordial races and injured others by mistake, they had no way of dealing with it. After that commotion, the camp of hundreds of experts from the primordial races fell into chaos. Of course, there were also many dark lights that charged into the human race crowd. Even the experts of the primordial races could not defend against the visual techniques of the heavenly eye race. It was even worse for the human cultivators. Even some conjoint body mighty figures were killed on the spot by the visual techniques of the heavenly eye race. They suffered an undeserved calamity. The cultivators of 100 refinement sect and ethereal sect had long retreated and were lucky to survive. On the other side, the dragon true body arrived beside a mighty figure of the witch race amidst the chaos. He reached out with his dragon claw and grabbed the head of the mighty figure of the witch race. Bastard, how dare you? The mighty figure of the witch race waved his white bone staff and chanted an extremely sinister incantation. A ghastly green palm was swiftly formed on his bone staff. Roar! The dragon true body suddenly cried into the skies, letting out a loud and clear roar that could break metal and rocks. The dragon roar reverberated through the world in a deafening manner. The mighty figure of the witch race shuddered, and his eyes bulged, turning bloodshot instantly. A dragon roar was the strongest killing technique of the dragon race to begin with. A dragon roar could shock all the races. If it was a human cultivator, that dragon roar would have ruptured their bodies at this distance. The mighty figure of the witch race was not in a good state either. His eyes were bloodshot and blood oozed from his nostrils, mouth, and ears. To begin with, the witch race did not specialize in bloodline and physique. Furthermore, he was interrupted by the dragon roar before he could complete his secret skill incantation and froze on the spot. The dragon true body did not freeze at all. With a cold expression, a menacing dragon claw descended before the dragon roar could finish and tore the mighty figure of the witch race apart. A mighty figure of the witch race was dead. For primordial races like the witch and heavenly eye race, they did not have strong physiques and bloodlines. Once the dragon true body closed in, they would most likely die. The dragon true body caused a massacre everywhere after it descended. Chapter 1310 Baron. Chapter 1310 Baron. Of course, The dragon true body was not invincible without equal across the primordial 6 races present. The Rakshasa and Golden Crow races were extremely fast. Even with the dragon true body's speed, he could not catch up to them within a short period of time. After the Bloodvine race reverted to their true forms, there were many dense vines. Even if a vine was severed, it would not be able to hurt their roots, and it would be difficult for anyone to get close. As for the God race, their bloodline was their forte. Even if the dragon true body fought them head-on, he would not be able to take them down forcefully. Therefore, the dragon true body could only engage the witch and heavenly eye races in melee combat and kill them. However, as time passed by, the primordial 6 races gradually calmed down under the lead of their mighty figures. They stabilized their formation and took the God race as the main force against the dragon true body. The Bloodvine race waved many vines and restricted the dragon true body's movement space continuously. The Golden Crow and Rakshasa races circled around the dragon true body and caused constant disruptions. As for the witch and heavenly eye races, they gradually retreated to the outer perimeter and distanced themselves from the dragon true body as they began to release visual techniques and witchcraft. The dragon true body had a grim expression. He knew very well that once the formation of the primordial 6 races was formed, he would fall into an endless battle and might not even be able to kill a single one of them. It was even more impossible if he wanted to save Night Spirit. Lowlife, let's see what else you've got. Although an old man from the God race had white hair, he was hale and hearty. Tall and bulky, he surged with golden blood chi and charged towards the dragon true body, punching immediately. A blinding golden light burst forth from that fist, as though a divine dragon had appeared. Even the voids were trembling. The blood chi and physique of the God race was way too strong. Even an old man from the God race could release such a terrifying attack. "Old dog, how dare you scold me?" The dragon true body did not avoid or dodge. His eyes were cold and shone with a cold glint. Suddenly, he flicked his palm and grabbed the old man of the God race's fist. "You must be tired of living. I'll send you on your way to hell now. Little beast, how dare you spout nonsense? You think that you can kill me given your strength?" The old man from the God race had a disdainful expression. Up till this point of the battle, more than 30 beings of the primordial races had died to the hands of the dragon true body. However, most of them were at the Dharma characteristic realm. Furthermore, none of the mighty figures of the God race died in the hands of the dragon true body. The dragon true body grinned, and a gray mist condensed in his extended palm. It looked ordinary without any terrifying power spreading out. "What's that?" The old man from the God race frowned slightly. Although he did not know the origin of the gray fog, he felt a vague sense of uneasiness. Instantly, the palm of the dragon true body gripped the old man's fist tightly, and the gray fog shrouded the latter rapidly. "There's no feeling." The God race expert was slightly stunned. When his divine fist struck the gray fog, it was soft and weak, as though his power had sank into the ocean and vanished. Although the attack did not injure the dragon true body, the gray fog released by the dragon true body did not injure him either. "Ha ha ha." The old man of the God race reared his head in laughter with a mocking expression. "What nonsense dermic art is that? How dare you embarrass yourself? You—" His sentence came to an abrupt stop. Suddenly, he felt his lifespan draining at a rate of 1,000 years per breath. He could not stop it at all. What's going on? How could this be? The old man of the God race retreated instinctively, wanting to distance himself from the dragon true body. However, the dragon true body gripped his fist tightly like a leech. Immediately after, the gray fog wrapped around the old man from the God race the entire time. At that moment, the other experts of the primordial races noticed something amiss with the old man from the God race as well. "Elder, your face." God Hanling's eyes widened in shock. Under countless gazes, the old man's face aged at a visible speed. Wrinkles appeared on his initially smooth face. His lifespan was greatly reduced. His lifespan decreased, and his blood chi began to deteriorate as well. The old man from the god race reacted slower and could not break free from the entanglement of the dragon true body. Now that time had passed, he had even less strength to break free. ARR, ARR, ARR. The old man from the god race opened his mouth and wanted to roar for help. However, his voice turned incomparably old, and a strange sound came from the depths of his throat. Everyone present could sense the life draining from the old man's body. Before long, the eyes of the old man from the god race widened, and he fell from midair without any signs of life. He died with grievances. Even till his death, the old man of the god race did not know what dharmic art he died under. What sort of a technique is this? I've never seen it before. It seems like it can reduce one's lifespan. He's only at the dharma characteristic realm, but the dharmic art he released can even reduce the lifespan of conjoint body mighty figures. Furthermore, isn't the speed of that lifespan reduction way too fast? The experts of the primordial 6 races were shocked. They had inherited history and had seen all sorts of races and dharmic arts. Even with their knowledge, they had never seen such terrifying methods. Everyone, don't panic. The Golden Crow Third Prince said in a deep voice, "If this dharmic art is so powerful, it must take a huge toll on him as well. He won't be able to release it again in a short period of time." Not necessarily. The voice of the dragon true body sounded with an incomparably cold tone. "Primordial races, I'll let you have a taste of Baron." Swoosh! The dragon true body condensed a dharmic art swiftly and released an extremely strange dharmic power fluctuation with his body as the center. The dragon true body condensed a dharmic art swiftly and released an extremely strange dharmic power fluctuation with his body as the center. After the dragon true body entered the Dragon Bone Valley, he released Baron once, and even alarmed the elders of the dragon race. Due to the terror of Baron, the elders of the dragon race had an agreement with him that he was not allowed to release it in the Dragon Bone Valley or against dragons. After all, the lifespan reduction in Baron was irreversible. That was way too terrifying. Nobody wanted to lose their lifespans for no reason. Now that he was surrounded by the primordial 6 races, the dragon true body no longer had any reservations. The power of Baron burst forth instantly and surged towards the primordial 6 races. His dragon true body did not have to consider injuring others by mistake in this battlefield. Since the primordial 6 races were right beside him, their experts were the first to be enveloped by Baron. What's that? The expressions of the experts of the primordial 6 races changed. The Golden Crow and Rakshasa races made use of their movement techniques and fled into the distance immediately. The Witch race and Heavenly Eyes race had already retreated to the outer perimeter and were lucky to be spared. However, some of the God and Bloodvine races were not so lucky. The God race had always been in melee combat with the dragon true body. When Baron burst forth, it enveloped them instantly. After the Bloodvine race transformed into their true forms, they rooted themselves underground and were unable to move. They were enveloped by Baron as well. Entering Baron was akin to sinking into a swamp. Instantly, one's movement speed would become extremely slow, and it would be difficult for them to move or escape. The lifespans of some of the God and Bloodvine races in the center of Baron decreased rapidly at 1,000 years per breath. Wherever the gray-colored ripples passed, life was draining rapidly. The entire world went barren. Chapter 1311 Unexpected Calamity. Chapter 1311 Unexpected Calamity. Although the primordial 9 races possessed heaven-defying combat strength and reigned through history, the strength, bloodline, and physique that each race specialized and were different. The difference in lifespan between the races was immense as well. For example, among the primordial 9 races, the dragon and Kuan races had the longest lifespans, while the blood vine race had the shortest lifespan. The blood vine race were plants cultivated into spirits. Coupled with the treacherous environment of the primordial era, they evolved many cruel methods to absorb the essence of the flesh and blood of living beings, allowing them to develop into a massive race. However, at their base, the blood vine race did not possess long lifespans and were similar to the human race. In other words, the Tao lords of the blood vine race present only had a lifespan of around 10,000 years. Even a mighty figure of the blood vine race only had a lifespan of more than 20,000 years. Although the other races were also losing their lifespans within the range of Baron, they could still hold out. For example, some mighty figures of the god race had already escaped from the envelopment of Baron with their powerful bodies and blood chi. However, for the blood vine race, the damage caused by Baron was way too much and could be considered as fatal. The blood vine race was rooted underground and relied on their vines to fight against others. Unable to move, they were enveloped by Baron and could only watch as their lifespans decreased rapidly. Some of the Tao lords of the blood vine race that were closer to Su Zimo had lifespans of more than 10,000 years and died after a few breaths. 1,000 years per breath. That was 10,000 years in 10 breaths. Most of the mighty figures of the blood vine race that were here were more than 10,000 years old. How many breaths could they withstand? Even if some mighty figures of the blood vine race reacted and took on human form, they had to fight with their full strength to escape from the radius of Baron. Their lifespans were reduced significantly as well as their faces aged rapidly due to their weakened blood chi. How could this be? A mighty figure of the blood vine race fled far away. When he sensed the situation within his body, his eyes widened and he shrieked in disbelief. I've already left the range of this dermic art, but my lifespan can't be recovered. This dermic art is way too domineering and consumes lifespan irreversibly. God Hanling had already escaped as well and said with lingering fear, normally speaking, their cultivation realms were above this scarlet-haired alien. However, even they wanted to avoid that dermic art. The blood vine race shuddered when they saw their clansmen die one after another. Perhaps out of anger or fear, they grit their teeth and said, "We have to kill that scarlet-haired alien. This beast is even more terrifying than that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal." The Golden Crow Third Prince added sternly, "Kill, kill." A few mighty figures of the blood vine race lost their lifespans. In their wrath, their killing intent surged and countless blood vines extended, charging into the crowd. Every human face on top of the blood vines opened their mouths and chomped down on the head of a cultivator as their fangs constricted. In the blink of an eye, the human cultivator was devoured and turned into rumbling life force essence that replenished the blood chi of the mighty figure of the blood vine race. This was a catastrophe for the cultivation world of the major sects and factions. It was difficult for most cultivators to defend against the massacre of the blood vine race. The vines danced and could even seal off all escape routes, trapping and devouring the cultivators within. In that short period of time, even a few conjoint body mighty figures were not spared and were devoured by a mighty figure of the blood vine race without a corpse left. The crowd was in chaos. This was an unexpected calamity. Countless cultivators had horrified expressions as they shrieked, cursed, and fled for their lives. They had not expected that the primordial races that were initially hunting down Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, would suddenly turn towards them and start a massacre. The ancient war was way too distant. Most human cultivators had already forgotten that the reason why the primordial races received their title was because they possessed heaven-defying combat strength and were fearless and frighteningly savage. Joining forces with a primordial race was equivalent to asking a tiger for its skin. Without absolute strength, one might find themselves allies with the primordial races at one moment and food for the latter immediately after. The Bloodvine race went on a massacre, regardless of sect, aristocratic family, or upper sections. Even the paragons and monster incarnates of supersects were like ants in their eyes. At that moment, be it Heavenly Dipper sect, Sword sect, Zephyr Thunder Palace, or Chaos Essence sect, all of them had cultivators that were dead. When Su Zimo saw that, his expression was cold and he was unmoved. Earlier on, these super sects had a torrential aura and declared that they wanted to kill him and Night Spirit here. In the blink of an eye, they were in such a state they brought it upon themselves. Even if the lifespan reduction at the outer perimeter of Baron was extremely slow, no primordial race would be willing to step in and waste their lifespans for no reason. He managed to push back experts of the primordial 6 races with the might of Baron. In a flash, Su Zimo's 99 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic guarded him and arrived beside Night Spirit swiftly, wanting to help the latter up. However, when he grabbed Night Spirit's arm and lifted it, the latter couldn't be moved. Although the Green Lotus True Body was not as strong as the Dragon True Body that had a frightening bloodline, its strength was not to be underestimated as well. It could lift an entire mountain, let alone Night Spirit. All right. Night Spirit's expression changed, and he grunted. Su Zimo focused his gaze. His tug did not manage to pull Night Spirit up. Instead, it triggered the chains on Night Spirit. The iron hoop tightened, and the spikes pierced through Night Spirit's flesh once more, causing blood to flow out. Su Zimo was anxious. If he wanted to save Night Spirit, he had to break the chains. Although Baron was terrifying, the dermic powers on the side of the Dragon True Body were not endless and could not sustain much longer. The experts of the primordial 6 races stood guard at the outer perimeter, ready to attack once more after Baron dissipated. Up till this point of the battle, more than 100 beings of the primordial races had fallen. However, most of them were Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. Not many mighty figures of the primordial races died. In other words, Su Zimo and Night Spirit would still be doomed if the experts of the primordial 6 races surrounded them once more. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "Night Spirit, bear with it. I'll try and break this chain." Night Spirit pursed his lips and nodded. Su Zimo gripped the creation lotus platform tightly and smashed it towards the chains on Night Spirit. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Su Zimo shuddered and felt a tremendous recoil surge into his body. His palm went numb, and the creation lotus platform nearly flew out of his hands. Ha ha ha! When he saw that, God Han Ling could not help but laugh. Desolate Marshal, don't do such useless things. This heavenly godlock is a great treasure of the god race. Even Dharma treasures can't shatter it. Your creation lotus platform is much inferior. Chapter 1312, Shocking Phenomenon. Chapter 1312, Shocking Phenomenon. Even when the experts of the primordial 6 races saw Su Zimo arrive beside Night Spirit, they did not panic. That was because they knew that as long as the heavenly godlock could not be unlocked, Night Spirit could not leave this place. Su Zimo knew that it was not because the creation lotus platform was not strong enough. It was because the original creation green lotus was destroyed, and now there was only a single lotus platform left. The difference in strength was naturally much greater. I don't believe that I can't break a lousy lock. With a single thought from Su Zimo, his dragon true body had already sensed it. Sensing that he did not have much dermic powers left in his body, he no longer released Baron, and his glabella opened up with a bronze square tripod. This bronze square tripod was obtained by Su Zimo in the Great Chen ruins, and its origin was unknown. Although the tripod was filled with cracks and was destroyed, its broken body was incomparably tough and no divine weapon could hurt it. Su Zimo had used this bronze square tripod before in Myriad Phenomenon City, and many cultivators had seen it before. After summoning the bronze square tripod, his relationship with the dragon true body would be affirmed and could not be hidden anymore. However, there were no other options at the moment, and he could only use the bronze square tripod to try. The blood chi within the dragon true body surged as he raised the bronze square tripod and smashed it towards the heavenly god lock with all his might. Clang! There was a deafening sound. The heavenly god lock was intact and released a bedazzling golden light instead. The powerful recoil almost flipped the dragon true body over. How strong was the physique and bloodline of the dragon true body? Even so, his entire arm was numb from the shock, and his bloodline was not working. Night Spirit's neck and limbs were pierced by many more spikes, and fresh blood gushed out. However, he grit his teeth and did not make a single sound. Humph! God Hanling said proudly, "There's no way a piece of scrap metal like yours can touch a treasure of the god race. The stronger you are, the stronger the recoil from the heavenly god lock." The moment he said that, God Hanling and the other experts of the primordial 6 races closed in once more. Without Baron, the experts of the primordial 6 races no longer had any reservations. All of them glared at Su Zimo, the dragon true body and night spirit in the center of the battlefield with murderous auras. The situation was turning increasingly dire. If they could not tide through this, all 3 of them would have to die here. That bronze square tripod looks familiar. I heard that Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, once used that tripod to fight against the god race leader in Myriad Phenomenon City. What's the relationship between this scarlet-haired alien and Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal? Some cultivators had already noticed something unusual. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and thought of a strategy. The more dangerous it was, the more he had to maintain his composure. Right then, a deep and hoarse voice sounded in Su Zimo's ears. "Zimo, back off!" It was Yen Beichin. Instinctively, Su Zimo retreated and looked at Yen Beichin. At that moment, Yen Beichin had already snapped out of his self-reproach and hatred. Wielding the hatred fiend saber, he strode over with pitch-black eyes and a torrential fiend chi. Su Zimo's heart stirred. God Hanling had once said that even a Mahayana patriarch's dharma treasure could not shatter the heavenly godlock. However, the hatred fiend saber was not a dharma treasure. It was an emperor weapon that was even stronger than that. An emperor weapon was once wielded by an emperor. Yen Beichin did not make any motions and raised his saber to slash. The hatred fiend saber transformed into a black streak of light and slashed towards the heavenly godlock. At the same time, the experts of the primordial 6 races arrived and attacked one after another. "Desolate Marshal, let's see what else you have. Let's kill that scarlet-haired beast first and see what it truly is." The experts of the primordial 6 races roared murderously with pent-up frustrations. As primordial races, none of them had suffered such a loss before. They were forced back by a single dermic art. At that moment, Yen Beichin attacked and slashed towards the heavenly godlock. Su Zimo's 99 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristic was already covered in injuries after the battle and could not defend against the experts of the primordial 6 races. The eyes of the dragon, true body, burned brightly and his blood chi surged. A tsunami sound echoed as his aura rose continuously. Splash! Tsunami blood. What powerful blood chi! The experts of the primordial 6 races felt their hearts skip a beat as well. Humph! God Hanling had a fearless expression as he said coldly, "It's just tsunami blood. What's there to fear? My bloodline has also been cultivated to this point." Splash! The The sound of a tsunami echoed from God Han Ling's body, as well as his blood qi surged with a terrifying might. However, the aura of the dragon true body was still rising rapidly without any signs of stopping. Scarlet demonic qi rumbled around the dragon true body, and ancient demon kings with shuddering gazes were swiftly conjured one after another from the blazing flames. Wild bovine demon king, stone bear demon king, anaconda demon king, sanguine ape demon king, divine steed demon king, hell tiger demon king, wind leopard demon king, desolate ocean dragon king, sea calming turtle. The 9 demon kings were born from the flames and descended one after another. They were filled with a powerful aura and had sharp claws and fangs. Their demon eyes shone with a violent glint as they circled around the dragon true body. Although there were only 9 demon kings, they were not disadvantaged in terms of aura against the encirclement of the experts of the primordial 6 races. Bloodline phenomenon. The cultivators who fled far away could not help but turn back when they sensed the commotion, and their expressions changed. It's desolate, Marshal. That scarlet-haired being is definitely Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal. The bloodline phenomenon was way too shocking, and Su Zimo was the only one in Tianhuang mainland who had released it before. Although the bloodline phenomenon before them seemed to have 2 more terrifying demon kings than the crowd knew. Everyone knew that apart from Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal, no one else could cultivate such a phenomenon. Could that scarlet-haired alien be a clone of Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal? Pissed at the thought of that possibility, the cultivators gasped. That was way too terrifying. A single Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal was already so powerful. Furthermore, the combat strength of that scarlet-haired alien was even more terrifying. If they were the same person, what sort of existence was that? It's really possible. A cultivator said sternly, "Don't forget that Dao Lord Desolate Marshal's dragon race bloodline vanished completely after the battle at the Dao inheritance ground. From the looks of it, there's a high chance that he condensed this clone using the bloodline of the dragon race. As expected of the strongest monster incarnate in history. On the battlefield, the experts of the primordial 6 races were shocked as well. The bloodline phenomenon of the 9 demon kings before them was no less shocking than the barren dermic art. Was that a bloodline phenomenon? What sort of bloodline phenomenon would create such a huge commotion, such that 9 incomparably violent demon beasts would be released? Many of those demon beasts were from the most ordinary races. However, when they looked at the demon beasts, even the mighty figures of the primordial 6 races felt their hearts skip a beat. Roar! Right then, the dragon true body opened its mouth, and the 9 demon kings opened their mouths at the same time, releasing a deafening roar. The world went silent. The experts of the primordial 6 races were so shocked that they lost their voices and even forgot to breathe. The Dharma characteristic, Tao, lords of the primordial races, closest to the roar, could not withstand it and bled from all 7 orifices. Their essence spirits were destroyed, and they died on the spot with their corpses falling from midair. Chapter 1313, Blood-Colored Butterfly. Chapter 1313, Blood-Colored Butterfly. Although the bloodlines of the primordial 6 races were noble and powerful, apart from the god race, none of the other primordial 5 races had an expert that could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon. At a certain age, the god race would be able to form a bloodline phenomenon without cultivating. The purer the bloodline of the god race, the stronger the bloodline phenomenon condensed. That was also why the bloodline of the god race was so strong. Kill! God Han Ling calmed down quickly and gave an order. Circulating his blood qi to its limits, a tall and majestic pyramid appeared beneath him. It was a few thousand feet tall and shone with endless golden light. exuding an unrestrained might that was ancient and mysterious. Beneath the pyramid, all living beings of the 10,000 races prostrated. There were hundreds of millions of them densely, and there was no end in sight. Every single living being clasped their palms together and looked up at the pyramid above their heads, chanting prayers with pious expressions. Thin golden threads extended from the heads of the millions of living beings and converged at the top of the pyramid where a godlike existence stood. It was God Hanling. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining god race beings released their bloodline phenomenons, one after another as well. Instantly, dozens of ancient pyramids descended and hovered in the void, causing the world to tremble. The cultivators watching from afar were shocked. In a daze, they seemed to have returned to the tragic era of the primordial era, where they were enslaved by the god race. A fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines grew in their hearts. Even some conjoint body mighty figures had pale expressions and felt suffocated. In the primordial era, humans were the most inferior and insignificant beings that knelt on the ground with their lives equivalent to ants. Right now, that scene has reappeared. Even though the cultivators had already fled far away, they still felt a tremendous pressure after the dozens of pyramids descended. Some of the cultivators even had the urge to kneel on the ground and kowtow. None of the cultivators could imagine the pressure on Su Zimo, who was at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by dozens of ancient pyramids. No matter how strong that scarlet-haired alien was, he was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. How could a bloodline phenomenon of the Dharma characteristic realm defend against the phenomenons of so many god race beings? Furthermore, the god race had a few mighty figures. Monster incarnate, so what if you've managed to cultivate a bloodline phenomenon? In the face of the god race's phenomenons, you bunch of beasts are nothing but worthless dung. God Hanling shouted, "There's no need to waste your breath on him. Kill him as soon as possible." The Golden Crow, third prince, said loudly, "Bang, bang, bang." Almost at the same time, the primordial 6 races attacked, and dozens of ancient pyramids charged towards the dragon true body with a massive aura. Naturally, the 9 demon kings were fearless as they moved at the same time and clashed against the dozens of pyramids. The wild bovine plowed the heavens and overturned a pyramid with its horns raised. The stone bear was muscular and leaned its massive body upwards, slamming into the pyramid and almost shattering it into pieces with cracks appearing everywhere. The anaconda coiled around a pyramid and spiraled upwards, devouring the entire pyramid with its mouth wide open. The sanguine ape thumped his chest and stomped his feet. He strode forward and raised his fist with a torrential aura. Divine steed charge, hell tiger bite, wind leopard shuttling, dragon king's tail whip, and spirit turtle sea calming. The 9 demon kings released shocking combat strength and blocked the dozens of pyramids. The clash between the bloodline phenomenons was earth-shaking. However, the situation was extremely unfavorable for Su Zimo. That was because he was not only facing the god race. There were also experts of the other primordial races. Although the 9 demon kings defended against the dozens of pyramids temporarily, the experts of the other primordial races seized the opportunity to attack and forced the 9 demon kings to retreat in defeat. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. There were too many experts of the primordial 6 races, and the 9 demon kings could not defend against them either. Clang! Right then, the sound of metal clashing echoed from the side. It was extremely crisp and ear-piercing, like a sharp sword piercing through one's eardrums. The hatred fiend's saber had already struck the heavenly god lock. As though it sensed something, the heavenly god lock burst forth with a bedazzling golden light. A powerful energy surged into the hatred fiend's saber, wanting to deflect it. That power triggered the hatred fiend's saber as well. Endless fiend chi emanated from the hatred fiend saber. It was pitch black and corroded the heavenly god lock continuously. The two weapons began to fight, and neither was willing to bow down. Although the hatred fiend saber was an emperor weapon, it was difficult for Yen Beichen to unleash its true power given his current strength. On the other hand, it was the repeated triggering of the hatred fiend saber by the heavenly godlock that triggered the emperor weapon instead. This was no longer a fight between cultivators, but between two different weapons. Su Zimo believed that the heavenly godlock was definitely not a match for the hatred fiend saber. However, it would require time to sever the heavenly godlock as well. On the other side, the 9 demon kings could no longer hold on. Everyone, let's join forces. Those few beast phenomenons are already at the end of their flight. God Han Ling declared with a torrential aura. Bang! The moment he said that, his pyramid descended and shattered the desolate ocean dragon king. The phenomenon dissipated and turned into scarlet demonic chi. Bang! 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 One after another, the remaining 8 demon kings collapsed before long. The dragon true body had a cold expression as he suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. His chest puffed up and he devoured the demonic chi formed by the 9 demon kings before exhaling slowly. Scarlet demonic chi surged and changed around the dragon true body. When the 6 races saw the 9 demon kings dissipate, they moved one after another and charged towards the dragon true body. Just as they were about to close in, the expressions of God Hanling, the Golden Crow Third Prince, Wu Xie, and the other mighty figures changed, and they stopped instinctively. They felt a strong sense of danger, and their scalps tingled. The rumbling demonic chi around the dragon true body seemed to be nurturing an extremely terrifying existence. "Don't go over." God Hanling shouted hurriedly. They were able to sense such danger because they had already cultivated to the conjoint body realm. However, many Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the primordial races were fearless and continued charging toward Su Zimo. By the time they heard God Hanling's reminder, it was already too late. Right in front of them, demonic chi surged behind the dragon true body, and a blood-colored butterfly gradually appeared. It spread its blood-colored wings with 2 bright moons imprinted on them, looking at the beings of the primordial 6 races like a pair of cold eyes. The blood-colored butterfly was only around 10 feet wide. Compared to the pyramid that was a few thousand feet tall behind God Hanling and the others, it was much smaller, like a speck of dust. However, the moment the blood-colored butterfly descended, the entire heaven and earth valley fell into a dead silence. Thud! Thud! Some cultivators who were watching from afar did not kneel when the 9 demon kings descended and managed to survive as well when the ancient pyramid descended. However, when the blood-colored butterfly descended, those cultivators could not hold on any longer. Their bloodlines froze and their legs went limp as they knelt on the ground one after another. A hallucination even rose in the hearts of the cultivators. The beings of the primordial races, taboos, conjoint body mighty figures, and Mahayana patriarchs were all ants before the blood-colored butterfly. If there was a god in this world, it would have to be this blood butterfly. Chapter 1314, Final Trump Card. Chapter 1314, Final Trump Card. What's that? The Golden Crow Third Prince's voice was trembling with a bewildered expression. The experts of the primordial 6 races were silent. Even in their inherited memories, they had never seen a bloodline phenomenon as such, let alone the blood-colored butterfly. Suddenly, the wings of the blood-colored butterfly flapped. Its movements were extremely light and almost imperceptible. If not for the powerful eyesight of the experts of the primordial 6 races, they would not have been able to see it clearly. However, that slight flap of its wings created a shocking storm. The surrounding void distorted, changed, collapsed, and caved in. The remaining pyramids created by the mighty figures of the god race shook continuously as well. Sand and gravel rolled down as cracks appeared on the pyramids. Bang! Boom! Boom! The pyramids that were a few thousand feet tall collapsed completely in the blink of an eye, turning into dust that was destroyed instantly. The blood-colored butterfly was the ultimate phenomenon of the dragon Truebody's bloodline. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, half of the blood-colored butterfly's descent was illusory and incorporeal. Right now, the dragon Truebody managed to condense 2 more demon kings to make up a total of 9. Most of the blood-colored butterfly was also corporeal by now, and its aura was even more terrifying. Poof! 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 Some of the Tao lords of the primordial races closest to the dragon Truebody exploded into blood mists, and their essence spirits were destroyed. That power was absolutely destructive for them. The blood-colored butterfly merely flapped its wings, and more than 100 Tao lords of the primordial races died. The entire void was dyed red, and a rain of blood poured down from the skies. God Hanling, the Golden Crow Third Prince, and the others were slightly further away. Coupled with the fact that they were at the conjoint body realm, they did not suffer such a terrifying impact. Even so, a few mighty figures of the primordial races shuddered as though they were struck by lightning. Their faces were pale as they spat out a mouthful of blood with dispirited expressions. The mighty figures could not even control their bodies and swayed. Although they survived, it was clear that they were crippled. Far away, Heavenly Secrets was sandwiched in the crowd as he watched. Unlike the shock in the eyes of the other cultivators, although Heavenly Secrets was surprised as well, he still had a faint smile on his face. Interesting, he murmured softly. This desolate marshal is even more troublesome than I imagined. However, this is good as well. The more you guys kill and the more intense the battle, the more living beings will die. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is truly a perfect chess piece. A hint of bloodthirst flashed through the depths of Heavenly Secrets' eyes briefly. On the battlefield, snap! There was a crisp sound like thunder. God Hanling sensed something and shifted his gaze to his heavenly godlock. Instantly his expression darkened. In the end, the heavenly godlock could not hold out in its fight against the hatred fiend Saber. The heavenly godlock could not defend against the sharpness of the hatred fiend Saber at all. With the chains shattered, the iron hoops no longer had dermic powers to support them and were cut into 2 by Yenbeichen, falling from Night Spirit's neck and limbs. Su Zimo was delighted when he saw that. Night Spirit was finally free. However, this taboo that once ruled over the primordial era laid limply on the ground motionlessly. Night Spirit was way too severely injured. His limbs and neck were already mangled, and his wounds were rotten after being locked by the heavenly godlock. No matter how strong Night Spirit's bloodline was and his regeneration capabilities were, he would have to recuperate for a long time. But no matter what, as long as Night Spirit was free, Su Zimo had a way of escaping from this place with Night Spirit. Monster incarnate, you killed so many of my clansmen. I'm going to make you pay with blood. Right then, God Hanling, the Golden Crow Third Prince, and the other experts of the primordial races roared and attacked one after another, unleashing terrifying attacks at the blood-colored butterfly. The Golden Crow Third Prince's body burned with the scorching sun god fire, and he transformed into a gigantic fireball that burned with flames. The other Golden Crows released the same move. Instantly, it was as though blazing suns appeared beneath the firmaments with streaks of flames. Raging fire surged towards the blood-colored butterfly. The dermic powers in the void were already dried up. Heavenly God Slash. Under the lead of God Hanling, many god race beings conjured hand seals at the same time and conjured a gigantic sword before them that they gripped with both hands. They slashed towards the blood-colored butterfly with endless sharpness. Hum, hum, hum. Many heavenly eyes opened up and countless mysterious runes appeared. Chaos chi filled the air as though this was the origin of the universe's creation. A series of dark lights tore through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thick blood vines coiled towards the blood-colored butterfly, filling the air with blood chi as the wind howled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Rakshasa race relied on their terrifying movement speed to dance in midair. Wielding sharp sabers in both hands, they could swoop down at any moment. Many witches chanted and waved the bone staff in their hands, setting up incantations on the blood-colored butterfly. The primordial 6 races had almost used their full strength. The blood-colored butterfly flapped its wings once more. A storm surged and collided violently against the attacks of the primordial 6 races. Boom! A deafening bang sounded. Su Zimo, who was in the center of the battlefield, had just helped Night Spirit up. However, he could not steady himself and was overturned on the ground instantly. Even the 99 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic beside him dissipated on the spot from the impact of the aftershock. The blood-colored butterfly gradually dispersed. No matter how strong that bloodline phenomenon was, the cultivation realm of the dragon true body was a clear disadvantage. It was no match for so many experts of the primordial races. The dragon true body shuddered. This time round, many of the dragon scales on his body fell off and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The impact on the dragon true body was not small, and his organs were already shaken. If this was a battle royale, the dragon true body would not have been able to withstand such terrifying and ferocious attacks with his movement technique, shuttling back and forth. But now his green lotus true body and night spirit were right behind him. If he were to leave, both his green lotus true body and night spirit would die on the spot. Thankfully, night spirit was already released by the time they defended against that attack. Brother Yen, follow me. Pulling Night Spirit along, Su Zimo withdrew a crumpled beast hide from his storage bag that was etched with mysterious and complicated patterns. This was a treasure given to him by an elder of ancient array sect before Su Zimo entered the Tao inheritance ground. There was an incomplete formation from the primordial era etched on it. Although the formation was extremely complicated, if one could comprehend it, they could break through the restrictions of space and teleport cultivators millions of miles away from the spot. It wouldn't be a problem for them to even cross the entire Tianhuang mainland. Of course, the formation was incomplete and had a huge flaw. Back then, the elder of ancient array sect released it once before, but none of the cultivators who were teleported out returned. Nobody knew where they were teleported to. In the Tao inheritance ground, Su Zimo received more than 30 inheritances, and there was a legacy of an array formation grandmaster. After 5,000 years of consolidation cultivation in the Tao inheritance ground, he had already comprehended the formation on the beast hide. That damaged beast hide was his final trump card. Perpetual Saint Sovereign. Chapter 1315, Another Wave. Chapter 1315, Another Wave. Su Zimo channeled his dermic powers and injected it into the damaged beast hide. The formation patterns shone brightly and released a mysterious energy fluctuation. Brother Yen, Immortal Sword, is dead. Leave this place with me first. Su Zimo persuaded again. More than half of the experts of the primordial 6 races had already died. However, there were more than 300 remaining, and there were more than 20 mighty figures among them. Even Yen Beichen could not defend against that power. Furthermore, heavenly secrets had already vanished in the chaos, and his whereabouts were unknown. It was extremely dangerous for Yen Beichen to stay here as well, and it would be better for him to leave with Su Zimo. Yen Beichen frowned slightly and hesitated. Although Immortal Sword was already dead, there were still many more people that he wanted to kill. Immortal Sword's death alone was not enough to compensate for Qin Pianran's death. Right then, Su Zimo's expression changed. The formation patterns on the beast hide were completely activated and rich dermic powers lingered around it. However, it seemed like it was met with a powerful obstacle and could not be condensed. How could this be? Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. Although this was the first time he activated this formation, he had already comprehended it completely back in the Tao inheritance ground, and there was no way he would make a mistake. Ha ha ha. The Golden Crow Third Prince laughed in an extremely smug manner. Desolate Marshal, don't think about spatial teleportation. The space here has long been sealed by us, and you can't escape. He roared. Heavenly Secrets, who was hidden in the crowd, smirked with a mocking expression. It was his idea to seal the space of Heaven and Earth Valley. Initially, when they heard that suggestion, the experts of the primordial 6 races thought nothing of it, nor did they care. In their opinion, there was no need for them to mobilize such a large force against a puny human cultivator, even if he was the strongest monster incarnate in history. How could hundreds of experts of the primordial races not suppress a dharma characteristic of the human race? Under Heavenly Secrets' persistence, he persuaded the Golden Crow Third Prince and the others to join forces with him to seal the space of Heaven and Earth Valley. Back in the Tao inheritance ground, Su Zimo used a major transference talisman to escape and survive from a half-martial ancestor. Heavenly Secrets would definitely not make the same mistake. Su Zimo's heart sank when he heard the Golden Crow Third Prince's words. A spatial seal meant that the formation on the beast hide could not be condensed in items such as the minor transference talisman and major transference talisman were useless as well. If Su Zimo could not be teleported out, it would be difficult for his 2 true bodies to break out of the encirclement of the primordial 6 races, let alone bring out the severely injured night spirit. This was equivalent to cutting off Su Zimo's escape path completely. Apart from immense strength, one had to locate the spatial nodes in order to break through the spatial seal. The current situation was dangerous, and the battle had yet to end. How could Su Zimo have the time to do that against the primordial 6 races? Furthermore, even if he could locate the spatial nodes, given his strength and the power of his dragon true body and Yen Beichen, it would be difficult for them to dispel the spatial seal. At that moment, God Hanling, the Golden Crow Third Prince, and the others charged forward once more. Instantly, the situation turned extremely unfavorable for Su Zimo. First, leave. Don't bother about me. Night Spirit said weakly with half-opened eyes. No way. I'm only leaving together with you. Su Zimo rejected without hesitation, and his tone was resolute. The dragon true body took a deep breath of air, and a divine light burst forth from his glabella, entering the firmaments instantly. The power of divine power spread. Boom! A loud bang sounded from the skies. The clouds exploded, and a gigantic, thick stone pillar descended rapidly from the skies with a terrifying might. The stone pillar was grayish-white, and there was a 5-clawed, divine dragon climbing on it. It exuded an ancient aura and possessed a rampant might that could suppress the 10,000 races. This was the second innate divine power that the dragon true body had awakened in the Dragon Bone Valley. The gigantic ancestral dragon divine pillar was more than 10,000 feet long and required hundreds of people to wrap around it. It descended and suppressed the experts of the primordial 6 races that were charging over. The pressure caused the experts of the primordial 6 races to feel suffocated. Poof, poof, poof. Some Dharma characteristic Tao, lords of the primordial races, could not defend against it at all and were crushed into sludge by the ancestral dragon divine pillar, dying on the spot. Only some mighty figures of the primordial races could defend against this gigantic ancestral dragon divine pillar with their combined strength. Even so, dozens of beings of the primordial races were killed by the ancestral dragon divine pillar. There were only slightly more than 200 of the primordial 6 races remaining. Ancestral dragon, divine pillar. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded from the experts of the primordial races. Wu Xie's expression was dark as he glared at the dragon true body fixedly. Initially, he was merely suspicious. However, he no longer had any doubts when he saw the appearance of the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Back when the dragon true body awakened this divine power, he was watching from the side. Wu Xie believed that only the young master of the dragon race could release this terrifying innate divine power. He said slowly, "It's indeed you. Stop hiding. You're the young master of the DRA." "Old dog!" The dragon true body suddenly roared and interrupted Wu Xie. Although his dragon true body could be exposed, Su Zimo did not want to implicate the dragon race and cause them to be given trouble by the other primordial races. "I have to kill Wu Xie." A ruthless glint flashed through the eyes of the dragon true body. If Wu Xie was not dead, the fact that the dragon true body was the young master of the dragon race could not be hidden. The dragon race would definitely be embroiled in this matter and might encounter a calamity. Suddenly, Su Zimo heard a voice. The voice was very soft and almost inaudible. However, it sounded familiar. That voice merely said a single word, break. Break. Su Zimo was stunned. What was broken? Immediately after, Su Zimo felt the beast hide in his palm heat up and an unusual fluctuation spread. The dermic powers that were initially hovering around the hide were gathering rapidly. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The spatial seal was broken. He was elated. At that moment, the primordial 6 races had just clashed head-on with the innate divine power of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and no one noticed that the spatial seal had been broken. It was as though no one else had heard that voice apart from Su Zimo. However, Heavenly Secrets, who was in the crowd watching coldly from the sidelines, noticed Su Zimo's abnormality. He narrowed his eyes and sensed carefully. His expression could not help but change as he said in disbelief, "The spatial seal was broken? How is that possible?" Heavenly Secrets' eyes flickered, and he had a bewildered expression. Although there were some variables in the situation today, everything was under his control the entire time. But now Heavenly Secrets suddenly felt that the situation was getting out of control. The battle was intense, and there was no day for Desolate Marshal to locate the spatial nodes to break the spatial seal. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal's power was not enough to break through the spatial nodes, not even with the Azura. In other words, someone else had broken through the spatial nodes. All of a sudden, Heavenly Secrets shuddered, and his expression turned extremely terrible when he thought of a possibility. Chapter 1316, The Aureole. Chapter 1316, The Aureole. Heavenly Secrets thought of something. Purple Flame, the master of Hellfire Hall, who cultivated the blood refinement fiend sutra, tried to absorb the bloodlines of the battlefield to recover his blood chi essence, but to no avail. At that time, Heavenly Secrets was already puzzled. He knew that Purple Flame had not cultivated the blood refinement fiend sutra to its peak. However, it was definitely not to the point where he would fail in absorbing the bloodlines. Initially, he wanted to step in secretly to prevent the bloodline refinement process of Purple Flame. Unexpectedly, Purple Flame failed for some unknown reason, and that saved him the trouble. Now that he thought about it, coupled with the connection from the break of the spatial seal, Heavenly Secrets realized that another expert was hiding in Heaven and Earth Valley. Furthermore, it was highly likely that the person was here for the same motive as him. Suddenly, a roar sounded beside him. "Heavenly Secrets, what are you hiding here for?" The shout was extremely loud, and Heavenly Secrets was alarmed. He turned and slapped a cultivator on the chest, killing the latter instantly. The cultivator had a lost expression and looked at Heavenly Secrets in disbelief. Even till his death, he did not know why the person before him would suddenly injure him. The crowd dispersed. "No, I killed the wrong person." Heavenly Secrets felt his scalp tingle. It was clear that the cultivator who died earlier merely shouted because he was bewitched. The mastermind had not appeared at all. Heavenly Secrets retracted his smile with a grim expression. He could not believe that as a cultivator of Enigma Palace, his movements were being led by the nose and he was in an unprecedented passive position. All of a sudden, Heavenly Secrets sensed something and felt a chill run down his spine, as though he was targeted by an extremely dangerous existence. Secrets turned around slowly and looked over. On the battlefield far away, a tall and burly figure was speeding over with a saber. His white hair danced, and his eyes were pitch black with a murderous expression. The Azura Yen Beichin. Initially, Yen Beichan could not discover Heavenly Secrets, who was hidden in the crowd. However, that sudden shout on the other side caught his attention. Thereafter, Heavenly Secrets attacked violently and the chaotic crowd dispersed, allowing Yen Beichin to locate him with ease. Initially, Yen Beichan was still hesitant about whether he should leave with Su Zimo. Now that Heavenly Secrets was not far away, he no longer hesitated and charged forward with the Hatred Fiend saber. "Heavenly Secrets, let's see where else you can hide. Die." Yen Beichin was like a resurrected fiend emperor as he strode forward with a murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Heavenly Secrets and slashed with his saber. Heavenly Secrets waved his folding fan in reverse and blocked the Hatred Fiend saber. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Heavenly Secrets' arm sank. Although the Azura who inherited the Hatred Sutra had just entered the conjoint body realm, there were not many people who could defend against him in terms of combat strength. Heavenly Secrets believed that if it was a one-on-one fight, his capabilities were not weaker than God Hanling and the Golden Crow, Third Prince. However, he still felt that things were extremely troublesome against Yen Beichin. That was because Yen Beichin was a complete lunatic. He was not afraid of death or injury. He was willing to endure a blow from Heavenly Secrets, just so he could carve a bloody hole in the latter's body. In the blink of an eye, both parties exchanged more than 10 blows. Yen Beichin was fighting with his life in exchange for an internecine outcome. Heavenly Secrets' folding fan had once struck Yen Beichin heavily on the leg, crippling his left leg and breaking his tendons and bones. However, as though he could not feel any pain, Yen Beichin's expression turned increasingly ruthless, and the hatred fiend chi around him intensified. There was no way Heavenly Secrets knew that for Yen Beichin, the pain on his physical body was a mere fraction of the pain in his heart. Pain on his body would only serve to lessen the pain in his heart slightly. Heavenly Secrets' cultivation had already reached the perfected conjoint body realm. In terms of pure strength, he was even stronger than Yen Beichin. However, after more than 10 rounds, Heavenly Secrets truly did not want to fight anymore. Although dozens of Yen Beichin's bones were broken by Heavenly Secrets, he was still fearless and fought with a crippled leg. Heavenly Secrets was also covered in injuries. The most serious injury was a saber wound on his left abdomen. Thankfully, he retreated in time. Otherwise, he would have been pierced by that attack. As time passed by, the might of the Hatred Fiend saber gradually revealed itself. The Hatred Fiend chi could even taint and corrode an ancient unique treasure like the mystic Magnet Mountain and seal the latter's powers. When the blade sliced through Heavenly Secrets' wound, what sort of damage would the body receive with the remnant Hatred Fiend chi? Heavenly Secrets could clearly see that the wounds on his body were already rotting. "Azura, why are you looking for me instead of saving desolate Marshall?" Heavenly Secrets was enraged. but he suppressed it forcefully and questioned in a deep voice. "I'll have you pay with your life." Yen Beichin said word by word. His gaze was ice-cold and seemed as though it could devour Heavenly Secrets alive. Heavenly Secrets realized that it was impossible for him to break free from Yen Beichin easily. If he were to run with his escape technique, he would naturally be able to shake off Yen Beichin. However, all his previous efforts of setting up this trap here would be wasted. "Since that's the case, I'll send you down to reunite with that woman." A blood glint flashed through Heavenly Secrets' eyes as he channeled his mental cultivation technique. His body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic black hole as he absorbed the rich bloodlines in the battlefield continuously. Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Heavenly Secrets also knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Furthermore, the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra that he cultivated was clearly much stronger than the one released by Purple Flame. Heavenly Secrets racked his brains and implicated many factions, including the Primordial Six Races and Taboo, to make use of this fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. In fact, even Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, was his chess piece in this shocking scheme. He wanted to absorb all the bloodlines here. The more living beings that died in Heaven and Earth Valley, and the richer their bloodlines were, the greater the benefits for him. Therefore, when he saw Purple Flame channeling the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra to absorb the bloodlines of this place, he naturally wanted to interrupt the latter. That was equivalent to snatching food from his mouth. Heavenly Secrets would not allow anyone to taint the bloodlines of this place. Initially, he wanted to hide in the dark and waited for this battle to end before channeling his fiend technique to absorb and refine the bloodlines of this place. But now, Yen Beichin was pushing him too hard and he couldn't care less. Heavenly Secrets had just absorbed a little of the bloodlines when his expression changed starkly. His connection to the bloodlines on the ground was suddenly severed by an external force. The mastermind had struck once again. It's him. Suddenly, Heavenly Secrets recalled the identity of that person and could not help but stare with widened eyes, trembling in rage. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never lost his composure as such. That was because he just realized that this shocking trap that he painstakingly set up to amass such a rich power of bloodline might very well just be paving the road for others. The oriole stalks the mantis as it stalks the grasshopper. He was merely the mantis. The mastermind was the true oriole. Arg! Heavenly Secrets shouted in rage. Coupled with his injuries, his blood, chi, surged uncontrollably, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1317, Life-Severing Curse. Chapter 1317, Life-Severing Curse. The battlefield was ever-changing. The spatial seal was broken and Heavenly Secrets appeared. Yen Beichin chased after Heavenly Secrets, and a huge battle broke out. On the other side, the formation patterns on the beast hide lit up and the teleportation formation gradually took shape. A gigantic dermic power vortex appeared vaguely, pitch black and deep with an unknown destination. The dermic power vortex was a spatial tunnel formed by the beast hide formation patterns. As long as one leaped into it, they could break through the spatial restraints and leave this place. Su Zimo could leave at any moment. However, he had something else to do before leaving. It was to kill Wuxia. He had to kill this variable, or there would be endless trouble in the future. Everyone, hurry and stop Desolate Marshal. His spatial tunnel is about to form, and we can't let him escape. God Han Ling shouted. Even without his reminder, the other experts of the primordial races had already made their move. If Desolate Marshal were to leave with the primordial taboo, the consequences would be way too terrifying. We have to kill these 3 beasts here. A mighty figure of the Blood Vine race said sternly. The primordial 6 races suffered immense losses in this battle, and the Bloodvine race suffered the most. When the dragon True Body descended with Baron, the Dharma characteristic Tao, lords of the Bloodvine race were almost completely annihilated and died after a few breaths. The remaining few mighty figures of the Bloodvine race naturally hated the dragon True Body to the core. "You want to kill me?" The dragon True Body had a cold expression and leaped up. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the crowd of the primordial 6 races and said coldly, "I'm the one that wants to kill you guys." He charged towards Wu Xia with a cold killing intent in his eyes that were sharp as daggers. Humph! Wu Xia had long sensed it and retreated swiftly with a sneer. "Why, you want to silence me because I know of your secret?" As long as he distanced himself from the dragon True Body, the dragon True Body would fall into the encirclement of the primordial 6 races and fight separately from the Green Lotus True Body. At that time, the Green Lotus True Body would only have 2 options. He could stay here where both True Bodies could very likely die, or he could leave with Night Spirit first. However, it was obvious what would happen to the dragon True Body. "You're still trying to escape." The dragon True Body focused his gaze, and his glabella shone. His massive spirit consciousness condensed continuously, and a shuddering spirit consciousness fluctuation spread. A palm-sized scarlet scale slowly floated out from the glabella of the dragon True Body. It was in the shape of a crescent and looked ordinary. However, when the dragon scale appeared, the entire world seemed to tremble. It was as though space had frozen. The experts of the primordial 6 races that were charging towards Su Zimo paused one after another. The pupils of the Golden Crow Third Prince, God Hanling, and the others constricted. They could sense an extremely terrifying aura from that dragon scale, the only essence, spirit, secret skill in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Reverse scale! Ever since the dragon True Body cultivated, he had only released this essence, spirit, secret skill twice. That was because the essence, spirit, secret skill was way too terrifying, and the elders of the dragon race forbade him from using it in the Dragon Bone Valley. The dragon scale appeared and flew towards Wu Xia slowly. It was not fast. However, for some reason, Wu Xia could not increase the distance between him and the dragon scale no matter how he retreated. Instead, the distance decreased. It's just an essence, spirit, secret skill. What's there to fear? A golden light shone on God Han Ling's glabella as he released the God Race's essence, spirit, secret skill as well. Hum, hum, hum. The experts of the primordial 6 races attacked, and essence, spirit, secret skills burst forth one after another, charging towards the dragon scale. You have a death wish for using an essence, spirit, secret skill in front of the witch race. A few mighty figures of the witch race hollered and released their essence, spirit, secret skills right away. The primordial 9 races each had their own specialties. In terms of the cultivation of their essence, spirits, and secret skills, the witch race was the strongest. Among the primordial 9 races, the witch race had an ordinary bloodline and the weakest physique. Their lifespans were not long either. However, the reason why they could dominate the primordial era and be one of the primordial 9 races was because of the many secret skills in their essence spirits. Not only were those secret skills strong, they were also sinister and impossible to defend against. Essence, spirit, secret skills descended one after another and struck the scarlet dragon scale. Immediately after, a shocking scene unfolded. The moment the essence, spirit, secret skills made contact with the dragon scale, the experts of the primordial races that attacked fell from midair one after another. Their life forces dissipated before their bodies even landed on the ground. Dead. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 experts of the primordial races who attacked were killed without exception. Even God Hanling's eyes were widened and his expression was stiff. Although there were no injuries on his face, his essence spirit was already shattered in his consciousness. God Hanling's head tilted to the side, and he fell from midair dead. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. That dragon scale must not be touched. Anyone who touched it would die. Of course, with so many essence spirit secret skills attacking the reverse scale, the dragon scale was already filled with cracks and was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, the reverse scale had already arrived before Wu Xie. Right from the beginning, Wu Xie did not attack and merely wanted to dodge. That was because he had lived for so many years and had a deep understanding of essence spirits. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from that scale. That was the reason why he did not attack. But now Wu Xie had nowhere to run. Good. Wu Xie said coldly, "You won't be able to live either after killing me. Both your clones can die together." In Wu Xie's consciousness, his dark green essence, spirit, expanded continuously, and cracks appeared on his body. He was about to explode. Life-severing curse. Wu Xie hollered. In his consciousness, his essence spirit exploded and released an extremely terrifying and massive spirit consciousness that condensed a forbidden technique of the witch race. The life-severing curse was a forbidden skill in the witch race. That was because the prerequisite of releasing the life-severing curse was for one's essence spirit to self-destruct. The instant before self-destructing, one would obtain an incomparably massive spirit consciousness to complete the life-severing curse. It could be said that the curse would exchange one's life for another. The expressions of the Golden Crow Third Prince and the others changed at the mention of the life-severing curse. In the primordial era, although the witch race had a weak physique and bloodline, none of the other races were willing to provoke them. That was because some of the secret skills of the witch race were done by sacrificing one's life. Once the witch race went berserk, the other races would not be able to withstand it as well. For example, the life-severing curse released by the self-destruction of a conjoint body-mighty figure like Wu Xie was something that even a half-martial ancestor expert of the primordial races might not be able to defend against. Although Wu Xie knew that he was going to die, he wanted the Dragon True Body and Green Lotus True Body to die with him. The life-severing curse descended into the consciousnesses of the Dragon True Body and Green Lotus True Body instantly. It appeared out of nowhere and targeted the essence spirit directly. It was impossible to defend against. Even though the Green Lotus True Body carried an essence spirit dermic weapon like the Mingwang prayer beads, it could not defend against the life-severing curse. That was the terror of the witch race. Die. Wu Xie's essence spirit self-destructed, and his remnant spirit consciousness was still yelling wildly with a menacing expression. He widened his eyes, wanting to see the tragic outcome of Su Zimo's two true bodies. Chapter 1318, See Calming. Chapter 1318, See Calming. The Green Lotus True Body shuddered. In Su Zimo's consciousness, a dark green mist descended and devoured towards his black-haired essence spirit with an extremely evil aura. At that moment, the black-haired essence spirit sat on the creation lotus platform. Sensing danger, it rose and roared into the skies with a boiling consciousness. 54 green lotus seeds turned into rays of light that spewed out and rapidly formed a green sword in front of the black-haired essence spirit. Slay! The black-haired essence spirit shouted. The green lotus sword slashed viciously at the incoming dark green fog. The dark green fog was sliced into two instantly, and it was clear that the evil aura was diminished significantly by the green lotus sword. However, the mist that was sliced into two continued floating and did not show any signs of stopping. It was still engulfing towards the black-haired essence spirit. Pissed, Su Zimo was alarmed. Ever since he attained greater mastery of the green lotus sword, It could be considered as a supreme killing technique that targeted the essence spirit. It had always been successful. To think that it could not destroy the life-severing curse. It was not because the green lotus sword was not strong enough. At the end of the day, the difference between the two of them was a major cultivation realm. Furthermore, the mantra that Wu Xia had to sacrifice his life and self-destruct his essence spirit for was not something that could be defended against so easily. Slay, slay, slay. The black-haired essence spirit controlled the green lotus sword and slashed down consecutively, wanting to block the path of the dark green fog. Poof, poof, poof. The sharpness of the sword sliced the mist into pieces, and its colors dimmed significantly. However, it did not manage to suppress the evil power of the mist completely. Eventually, the green mist shrouded the black-haired essence spirit. Su Zimo grunted and felt as though his essence spirit was stuck by something such that he could not even release his spirit consciousness. Although the green lotus sword did not manage to neutralize the life-severing curse completely, it managed to defend against most of the power. Otherwise, the black-haired essence spirit would die within a few breaths upon contact with the dark green fog. Of course, even Su Zimo did not know what would happen if the power of the life-severing curse enveloped the black-haired essence spirit. What he was truly worried about was his dragon true body. Unlike the green lotus true body, apart from the essence spirit secret skill, the reverse scale, the dragon true body did not have a killing weapon like the green lotus sword. For the dragon true body, he relied mostly on his physical body and blood chi for his battles, rarely making use of dermic weapons. The life-severing curse was fatal for the dragon true body. There was no way he could defend against the power of the life-severing curse with just the dragon scales on his scarlet-haired essence spirit. At the same time, a few mighty figures of the witch race who were still alive attacked and released essence, spirit, secret skills at the dragon true body. Spirit-slaying curse. The spirit-slaying curse was one of the essence, spirit, secret skills of the witch race. Although it was not as powerful as the life-severing curse, it was equally impossible to defend against. It descended directly into the consciousness of a cultivator and killed their essence spirit. The spirit-slaying curse and life-severing curse descended at the same time. 3 fist-sized balls of light hovered in the consciousness of the dragon true body and surrounded it. Each ball of light emitted an extremely terrifying aura, and it was unknown what was within. Beneath the balls of light was an ocean that was dark, cold, and deep. The desolate ocean in the vast wilderness was formed by the massive spirit consciousness of the dragon true body. The dark green fog formed by the life-severing curse descended into his consciousness and fused into the desolate ocean instantly, dyeing the black ocean a sinister green. At the same time, the spirit-slaying curse descended and formed a spirit-slaying cyclone that swept through the surface of the ocean, creating raging tides. The two curses created a torrential green wave that engulfed the scarlet-haired essence, spirit, with a terrifying might, as though they wanted to devour it completely. All of a sudden, in the depths of the desolate ocean, a massive living being awakened and slowly floated to the surface. The first thing that appeared on the surface of the sea was an incomparably tough and massive turtle shell that resembled the firmaments. It was filled with thick cracks that intertwined wildly without any pattern, as though they possessed the secrets of heaven and earth. Immediately after, a pair of divine eyes opened and emitted a chilling gaze. The torrential waves of the desolate ocean calmed down instantly. See calming turtle. In the desolate ocean of the upper world, the spirit turtle hid in the depths of the desolate ocean most of the time and would rarely appear. However, once it appeared, even the overlord of the desolate ocean dragon king, would not be able to cause any waves. The sea-calming turtle looked at the green ocean beneath it with a hint of rage in its eyes. Suddenly it reared its head and howled. Swoosh! A massive spirit consciousness shockwave rippled through the entire ocean. The spirit-slaying cyclones dissipated instantly, and even the green ocean surface returned to normal, turning dark and deep once more. The power of the life-severing curse and spirit-slaying curse was suppressed by the sea-calming turtle completely before they could even touch a single strand of hair on the scarlet-haired essence spirit's head. The expressions of the mighty figures of the witch race changed. Not only did the sea-calming turtle suppress their spirit-slaying curse, it even released a terrifying spirit consciousness shockwave that counterattacked. A few mighty figures of the witch race suffered a backlash from their essence spirits and spat out blood one after another. They fell from midair with dispirited expressions. Although the mighty figures of the witch race survived, it would be difficult for them to advance their cultivation given the severe injuries on their essence spirits, and they would most likely not have many years to live either. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Wu Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. What he had initially expected did not happen. The green lotus true body did not die. Even the dragon true body was not dead. The expression of the green lotus true body dimmed significantly. Even if it was not dead, it was cursed by him and was definitely not in a good state. However, why was there nothing unusual about the dragon true body? All those spirit-slaying curses and the life-severing curse that he released at the cost of his life vanished just like that. How is that possible? That was Wu Xie's final thought in this world. The next moment, his remaining spirit consciousness dissipated as well, leaving only a corpse that fell from midair and died. Right then, something weird happened. The expression of the dragon true body changed as he leaped. Although he managed to avoid fatal damage, he was still a step too slow and was pierced from the back by the curved saber of a mighty figure of the Rakshasa race. A bloodied blade protruded from his chest, dripping with fresh blood. Although Wu Xie's life-severing curse and the few spirit-slaying curses could not kill the dragon true body directly, his spirit perception was affected the moment his essence spirit fought. That was the reason why he was closed in by a mighty figure of the Rakshasa race. The slash pierced the dragon true body, and his blood, chi, drained rapidly. The dragon true body was enraged and threw the bronze square tripod in reverse towards the mighty figure of the Rakshasa race. The mighty figure of the Rakshasa race had long withdrawn his curved saber and flapped his wings to avoid Su Zimo's counterattack. I can't stay here anymore. The thought crossed the mind of the dragon true body as he clutched his chest. Now that Wu Xie was already dead, he had to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the remaining experts of the primordial 6 races had already closed in and severed his connection with the green lotus true body completely. Furthermore, some of the primordial races charged towards the green lotus true body. Chapter 1319 Divine Phoenix. Chapter 1319 Divine Phoenix. Desolate Marshal, let's see where you can escape to. The Golden Crow Third Prince said coldly, There's no way you can survive today, even if you flee into the heavens or burrow into hell. Your dragon clone will die here as well. At that moment, the experts of the primordial 6 races could already tell that the scarlet-haired being was Su Zimo's clone. The more that was the case, the more they could not let Su Zimo leave. It was not only because too many people from the primordial 6 races had died today, and the losses were immense. More than that, in the hearts of the primordial races, this Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, was even more terrifying than the primordial taboo. Kill! The Golden Crow Third Prince reared his head and roared. His body burned with the golden sun god fire as he reached out with his third claw towards the head of the dragon true body. The Golden Crow race was also known as the 3D Golden Crow. Among the 3 legs beneath the abdomen, The third leg was the strongest and could tear through all beasts. Furthermore, the sun god fire burning on the third leg was also the purest, with the highest temperature and the essence of the sun god fire. The dragon Truebody took a deep breath and let out a deep growl with a cold gaze. Suddenly, he reached out with his right hand and grabbed the golden crow third prince's third leg. "You must have a death wish." The golden crow third prince had a cold expression and said frostily, he believed that even if the dragon Truebody used his dragon claws, he would not be able to withstand the killing power and flames of his third leg. Right now, the palm extended by the dragon Truebody looked fair and tender, identical to a human's palm. It was extremely weak and posed no threat at all. Strange, why is the palm of this dragon clone like this? The thought flashed through the mind of the golden crow third prince, but he did not think too much about it. In fact, the other experts of the primordial races did not know either why the dragon Truebody would use such a weak palm to defend against the golden crow third prince's third leg. That was no different from striking a stone with an egg. However, some cultivators standing far away guessed the truth. "I've got it," a cultivator said in a low voice. "The reason why the right hand of the dragon race clone looks like this is because his right palm is the divine phoenix bone." "Ah, I almost forgot about that utmost treasure." Back then, Chaos Essence Sect's half-martial ancestor attacked, and Desolate Martial was severely injured with his body crippled. Everyone thought that the divine phoenix bone was lost. Now, it seems like there's a high chance that the divine phoenix bone is in this dragon clone's body. "You mean to say that Desolate Martial's clone can already use the power of the divine phoenix bone?" Just as the cultivators were discussing, a change happened on the battlefield. Just as the palm of the dragon Truebody was about to make contact with the golden crow third prince's third leg, a loud phoenix cry sounded in the void. Screech! The phoenix cry carried an endless might that penetrated metal and rocks. It was so loud that every cultivator could hear it clearly. The cultivators shuddered in fear. The human cultivators had a deep fear towards the roars and cries of dragons and phoenixes. Even the experts of the primordial 6 races felt their hearts skip a beat. Immediately after, a power that could incinerate all living beings spread out with a scorching heat wave that was suffocating. Su Zimo's right hand had vanished completely, and in its place was a gigantic, menacing claw. It was scarlet and burned, almost transparent, with a phenomenal divine flame. In that instant, the entire world shook and the weather changed. The divine flames danced, and even the voids became distorted, ripped apart by the burns. The claw burning with divine flames seemed like it originated from a true godly being and could incinerate the entire world into ashes. The divine phoenix's claw. Prior to this, Su Zimo managed to avoid several calamities with the divine phoenix bone. However, he could not truly activate the power of the divine phoenix bone. Ever since his dragon Truebody entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he could use the power of the divine phoenix bone to conjure the true divine phoenix's claw. Although the third leg of the golden crow third prince was extremely sharp, it was way too inferior compared to the divine phoenix's claw. The undying divine phoenix was a god of the upper world and was above the golden crow race in terms of status and bloodline. Even the flames on the golden crow's third leg could not compare to the divine flames on the divine phoenix's claw. The golden crow race merely controlled the sun god fire. However, the undying divine phoenix controlled the flames of the 10,000 races. If the flames on the golden crow's third leg were considered as fire candles, the divine flames on the divine phoenix's claw were considered as a blazing sun. What is that? The golden crow third prince's eyes were widened in shock. He actually felt immense fear from that claw that was burning with divine flames. Even the sun god fire on his third leg was suppressed instantly, as though it did not dare to fight against the blazing divine flames. "Hurry, retreat!" The golden crow third prince shrieked and flapped his wings, escaping rapidly behind. Unfortunately, both he and his dragon true body attacked with their full strength earlier on. By the time he reacted, the divine phoenix's claw had already collided with his third leg. Buzz! Buzz! The golden sun god fire and scarlet divine phoenix flames collided and corroded one another, letting out strange sounds. In the blink of an eye, the sun god fire was completely devoured by the divine phoenix flames. The power of a god was not to be challenged. "Come on down!" The dragon true body hollered and retracted the divine phoenix's claw. Its sharp claws pierced the flesh of the third leg and yanked down viciously. The golden crow's third leg was grabbed by the divine phoenix's claw and almost crushed. The golden crow third prince knew very well that he would definitely die if he was dragged down by the dragon true body. He was also a ruthless character. In a flash, the golden crow third prince made a decision and fled outside with all his might, flapping his wings. Shing! A blood mist spewed and filled the void with a scorching heat. His blood was burning with flames. That was the blood of the golden crow race. The divine phoenix's claw had actually ripped off the third leg of the golden crow third prince. Ah! The golden crow third prince had a ghastly pale expression as he let out a tragic cry. Turning into a golden streak of light, he fled far into the distance without even turning back. For humans at the conjoint body realm, their severed arms could regrow in the blink of an eye. However, for the golden crow race, the third leg was the strongest leg they had cultivated their bloodline. Once it was broken, it would be difficult for them to recover. It could only be reborn after a long period of nourishment. It was the same for the Heavenly Eye race's Heavenly Eye. Once the Heavenly Eye was blinded, it would be extremely difficult to repair. The Golden Crow third prince had come from afar from the EC and had not expected to suffer such a serious injury on Tianhuang mainland. He no longer wanted to bother about the primordial taboo, or Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal. Right now, he only wanted to escape from Tianhuang mainland and return to the EC. The Dragon True Body ignored the Golden Crow third prince, who was escaping, and raised his divine phoenix's claw to grab the experts of the primordial races ahead. Divine flames surged and engulfed the primordial 6 races. Chapter 1320, Attack of a Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1320, Attack of a Half-Martial Ancestor. Some experts of the primordial races could not dodge in time and were grabbed by the divine phoenix's claw, either torn into 2 or burned to ashes by the divine flames. Among them, a mighty figure of the blood vine race was burned to ashes by the terrifying divine flames on the divine phoenix's claw. The blood vine race was plants to begin with, and fire was the most lethal to them. Although they were one of the primordial 9 races, and ordinary flames could not hurt them, the flames they were burning right now were the flames of the divine phoenix. Even the sun god fire was suppressed by the divine phoenix's flames. This was a complete counter in terms of power. The divine phoenix's claw led the way, and divine flames surged. The primordial 6 races dodged and did not dare to take the attack head-on. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon True Body had already returned to the side of the Green Lotus True Body. He waved his divine phoenix's claw and pushed back a few primordial races that were surrounding the Green Lotus True Body. The Dragon True Body was exhausted, as well as blood gushed out from the wound on his chest and spilled onto the ground. Su Zimo's 2 true bodies gathered and were prepared to leap into the pitch-black dermic power vortex to escape far away. The black-haired essence spirit was tainted by the life-severing curse, and the face of the Green Lotus True Body was a little withered and yellow, looking rather wretched. He could not linger here. At that moment, Ethereal Peak, 100 Refinement Sect, and other sects related to Su Zimo had already left. As for Yen Beichin, who was chasing after heavenly secrets, he had already vanished from Su Zimo's vision. Su Zimo did not know where he was and couldn't care less. He could only take Night Spirit away first. We can't let them escape. The remaining experts of the primordial races hollered and attacked one after another. In order to kill Night Spirit, the primordial 6 races sent close to 1,000 experts, and the weakest were at the Dharma characteristic realm. It was acceptable for them to lose more than 100 people in the process of chasing after Night Spirit. But now there were only slightly more than 100 experts left among the primordial 6 races. This was a huge loss that had never happened since the Ancient War. Given the foundation of the primordial 6 races, it was nothing much for those experts to die. However, apart from the ancient emperors, the experts of the primordial 6 races had never encountered such a huge setback. The reason why the primordial races chose to leave the forbidden grounds in this generation was because they could sense the decline of the human race's fortune. Their chance to reign over Tianhuang mainland once more had arrived. However, they did not expect to suffer such a blow the moment they appeared. They were almost completely annihilated. They could not accept this outcome. They had to kill Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, and the primordial taboo. Hoo. The remaining heavenly eye race beings opened their heavenly eyes and channeled the power of their heavenly eyes to their limits. A series of dark lights tore through the air and flew towards the Dragon True Body, Green Lotus True Body, and Night Spirit. The remaining experts of the God Bloodvine, which Golden Crow and Rakshasa races attacked one after another as well and exerted their full strength towards the Dharmic power vortex. Although the Dragon True Body could move and dodge, the Dharmic power vortex could not. As long as they destroyed the Dharmic power vortex and the teleportation formation, Tao Lord Desolate Marshal's group of 3 won't be able to escape. Boom! Right then, a loud bang sounded from the firmaments as a gigantic crack opened. Immediately after, a figure appeared faintly within. Although he was small, he exuded a terrifying might. His black hair danced, and his body shone brightly, causing the entire world to tremble. That power had already surpassed the conjoint body realm completely. All the cultivators looked up at the figure in the firmaments with shocked expressions. Their eyes were filled with endless shock, and they held their breaths in concentration. Ancestor realm. That power definitely belonged to the ancestor realm. Even the experts of the primordial 6 races frowned slightly. A half-martial ancestor of the human race, a mighty figure of the god race frowned. Could this half-martial ancestor be here to save Desolate Marshal? From the dermic robe and aura of that half-martial ancestor, he should be from Chaos Essence Sect. However, Chaos Essence Sect seems to have an extremely deep feud with Desolate Marshal. Right then, the figure in midair spoke slowly. Desolate Marshal, you destroyed the bloodline of the D clan. I've allowed you to live for too long. It's time for you to pay with blood today. Every single word from the half-martial ancestor exuded a powerful might that caused the void to tremble. Ah, it's the D clan's half-martial ancestor. I know. This half-martial ancestor of the D clan was the one who attacked in the Tao inheritance ground. If not for the ancestor realm expert of Dragon Burial Valley that backed him, Desolate Marshal would have died a long time ago. Previously, this half-martial ancestor of the D clan did not make a personal appearance in the Tao inheritance ground and merely attacked from afar. His true body actually descended today. Seems like Desolate Marshal is destined to face such a calamity. He won't be able to survive today. D Fan. Su Zimo's expression darkened. Boom! D Fan extended his palm and pushed in Su Zimo's direction through the void. The great Chaos Essence Palm. When released with the power of a half-martial ancestor, how powerful was the great Chaos Essence Palm? thin tears appeared in the entire space. Even the space could not withstand it. At the same time, the attacks of the experts of the primordial races descended and engulfed Su Zimo's two true bodies and Night Spirit instantly. Right now, the only one who could fight was the dragon true body. He must not retreat. The moment he retreated, the teleportation formation behind him would be destroyed and his escape path would be completely severed. However, against the attacks of so many primordial races and the power of a half-martial ancestor, the divine phoenix's claw could not defend against them at all. There was only a single possibility for him to defend against this attack. The dragon true body waved his hands and drew a semicircle on both sides of his body. Finally, it gathered in front of his chest, and his fingers shifted, forming hand seals that swiped across his chest. A divine light burst forth from his glabella and entered his hands. After doing that, the expression of his dragon true body withered instantly, and his essence spirit throbbed in pain. His essence spirit was already pushed to its limits. Condense. The dragon true body hollered. Buzz. A divine power that shook the world descended. In front of the dragon true body, a gigantic stone shield appeared with a wave of his hands. It was rough and ancient with curved patterns etched on it in a mysterious manner. The stone shield resembled an ancient turtle shell. What is this? Another innate divine power. If I'm not wrong, Desolate Marshall's dragon clone has already released 2 innate divine powers. This should be the third, right? Even the primordial 6 races present were shocked, let alone the cultivators in the distance. That divine power was one of the 4 divine powers recorded in the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, the Spirit Turtle Shield. Back in the Dragonbone Valley, the dragon true body released it once in a fight against Long Song. However, at that time he had just awakened this innate divine power and had yet to comprehend it completely. The complicated and mysterious patterns on the Spirit Turtle Shield merely flickered slightly. Even so, the Spirit Turtle Shield blocked Long Song's 5th claw. But now the patterns on the Spirit Turtle Shield had lit up completely. His dragon true body had already cultivated that innate divine power to the perfected stage. In truth, the reason why this innate divine power could be cultivated to the perfected stage in such a short period of time was not only because the dragon true body was extremely talented and cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness all year round. More than that, it was because when Su Zimo entered the Golden Core realm, he condensed the black tortoise phenomenon, and there were also patterns on the black tortoise's back. By comparing the two, the dragon true body was able to cultivate this innate divine power to the perfected stage at the fastest speed. Chapter 1321 Escape. Chapter 1321 Escape. The moment the Spirit Turtle Shield was formed, Su Zimo carried Night Spirit and leaped into the dermic power vortex. Almost at the same time, the attacks of the experts of the primordial 6 races and D-Fan's great chaos essence palm landed on the Spirit Turtle Shield. Boom! A deafening bang that shook the heavens and earth sounded. A bedazzling light burst forth from the collision point, forming a semicircular barrier that spread rapidly in all directions. The mud on the ground churned and dust billowed. Bang! Boom! Boom! Cracks appeared on the mountains around Heaven and Earth Valley as they caved in one after another. Countless boulders rolled down and the mountains collapsed. Even the cultivators who had retreated far away to watch the battle felt their ears go deaf and could not hear anything. The power of that collision was way too strong. Some conjoint body, mighty figures turned pale. Notwithstanding the power at the center of the collision, even the aftershock that spread out could kill them if they did not dodge in time. The power of a half-martial ancestor is absolutely devastating. Tao Lord Desolate Marshall will definitely die against such terrifying power. As the cultivators discussed, they struggled to open their eyes and look towards the center of the battlefield. In the billowing dust, a blurry figure could vaguely be seen. His scarlet hair was like flames, and although his legs were deeply buried in the mud, his spine was still upright and refused to bend. He's not dead yet. The experts of the primordial 6 races looked at everything in disbelief. That turtle shell was actually able to defend against such a terrifying attack. Even a half-martial ancestor of the human race would be smashed into sludge if he was here. Su Zimo felt relieved. Thankfully, the first thing he awakened was this pure defensive innate divine power from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. This divine power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was probably the only thing that could defend against this attack as well. Otherwise, no technique, dermic weapon, divine power, or trump card would be able to defend against this attack that targeted his 2 true bodies. Although the bronze square tripod was indestructible, the remnant power would be enough to shatter the dragon true body if it hid within. Of course, although the spirit turtle shield defended against most of the power, this was the full-powered attack of more than 100 experts of the primordial races and a half-martial ancestor after all. The dragon true body did not feel good either. The hands of the dragon true body held the spirit turtle shield. Most of the dragon scales on his body had fallen and fresh blood seeped out. With that, his tendons and bones felt like they were about to split apart, and he could no longer feel his arms. The flesh on his chest was blurry, and his blood chi was extremely weak. He did not have much strength left. A series of cracks appeared on the spirit turtle shield. Those were not the patterns of the turtle shell. It was truly shattered. He's not dead. Fan attacked once more. The dragon true body used the last of his strength to pull his legs out of the mud. He leaped into the dermic power vortex behind him and disappeared. Fan transformed into a gigantic palm and reached into the dermic power vortex instantly, wanting to retrieve the dragon true body. Back when Su Zimo tore the major transference talisman, Fan chased him into the spatial tunnel and destroyed his physical body. However, this time round, Fan's expression changed. When his palm reached into the dermic power vortex, it was as though he had sunk into a bottomless ocean and a vast, mysterious, starry sky. Within it, the dragon true body was like a speck of dust that he could not capture at all. Although the beast hide was incomplete, it was etched with a teleportation formation from the ancient era that was much more advanced than the major transference talisman. If a Mahayana patriarch attacked, he might be able to capture the tracks of the dragon true body. However, the power of a half-martial ancestor was not enough to sense anything. Fan retracted his palm and his eyes flickered with rage. As a half-martial ancestor, a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes. However, he had attacked twice. This time round, his true body even descended personally, and yet the ant still managed to escape from right beneath his eyelids. Let's see where you can run to. Fan was enraged and attacked all of a sudden. The great chaos essence palm descended on the dermic power vortex like a gigantic millstone. The 3 of you can stay in the void currents forever. Boom! The dermic power vortex could not withstand it and was shattered by the great chaos essence palm instantly, collapsing into emptiness and vanishing. Once the spatial tunnel shattered, it would mean that the teleportation would fail and the person would be exiled, placed in the dark and cold void currents without light, and might never be able to return to Tianhuang mainland. That was not all. The wild currents in the void were extremely terrifying, and even the bodies of conjoint body mighty figures would be shredded into pieces with ease. Fan's expression was cold. Although he did not manage to kill Su Zimo personally, the hatred in his heart was relieved after he exiled the 3 of them into the endless void. After Su Zimo's two true bodies and Night Spirit entered the spatial tunnel, they felt a terrifying external force descend, and the spatial tunnel shattered instantly. The dragon true body was pulled away by a powerful suction force, and his figure lost control, disappearing before the Green Lotus true body instantly. The Green Lotus true body was alarmed. He hurriedly removed his storage bag and tossed it into his consciousness. Immediately after, the powerful void currents surged in and began attacking the Green Lotus true body and Night Spirit. Ah! The Green Lotus true body shouted and felt as though his entire body was being torn apart. An omnipresent ripping force descended, and even with the toughness of the Green Lotus true body, it seemed like he was about to be torn into pieces. He could not control his body or arm at all and felt his embrace lighten. He and Night Spirit were completely dispersed by the void currents. Under the gaze of the Green Lotus true body, Night Spirit disappeared into the dark and cold void before long. Under the terrifying ripping power, his consciousness gradually faded as well. All of a sudden, a divine Buddhist light descended and landed on his body, forming a golden barrier of light on the surface of the Green Lotus true body. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. However, immediately after, he lost consciousness and floated in the dark and cold void. Dizzy and drowsy, Su Zimo was still unconscious. His surroundings alternated between cold and warm. At times, it felt as though he was in an endless abyss that was sinking endlessly. At times, it felt as though he was floating on a boundless ocean. A long time later, Su Zimo's consciousness gradually returned. Although he did not open his eyes, he was gradually waking up. Countless memories of the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley surged into his mind and eventually stopped at the sacred Buddha light he saw in the dark void. There were many things that Su Zimo did not have time to think about when he was on the battlefield, fighting against human cultivators and experts of the primordial races. However, at that moment, his consciousness returned and he gradually woke up. Instantly, he had an answer to many of his doubts. During the battle, a thought crossed his mind as though he had neglected something. It was only now that he realized it was not something he had neglected, but someone. Monk Daming. In the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Monk Daming once told him that he no longer needed the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple as bait to refine his bloodline. Those bloodlines were no longer enough to satisfy his appetite. At that time, Su Zimo did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, a battlefield like Heaven and Earth Valley was the perfect place for Monk Daming to refine his blood. Chapter 1322. Plotting against the experts of the world. Chapter 1322. Plotting against the experts of the world. Although he had already escaped from Heaven and Earth Valley, Su Zimo felt a chill when he recalled many things. Among them, the greatest discovery was the reappearance of the Fiend Technique. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was a fiend technique that even fiend sects were wary of. Monk Daming was not the only one who had cultivated it. Even the master of Hellfire Hall and Heavenly Secrets of Enigma Palace had cultivated it. Including him, there were already 4 people. Of course, Su Zimo noticed the terror of that fiend technique in time. After the battle at Thousand Demon Valley, he did not use it no matter how dangerous it was. He had even given up on blood escape. The Green Lotus True Body obtained more than 30 ancient inheritances in the Tao Inheritance Ground, and even top-tier escape techniques, such as Boundless Golden Light. The combination of many escape techniques was not weaker than blood escape. Initially, Su Zimo thought that the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley was merely a trap set up by the major sects and factions, as well as the primordial 6 races, to deal with him and Night Spirit. But now that he thought about it, things were not that simple. Heavenly Secrets of Enigma Palace played an extremely important role in this trap. To be precise, this trap might have been set up by Heavenly Secrets so that he could cultivate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Be it Su Zimo, Night Spirit, the primordial 6 races, the major sects and factions, or even the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking, they were all his chess pieces. That cultivator of Enigma Palace planned everything. Heavenly Secrets' cultivation was much higher than Lin Xuanji's. He definitely had the capability to set up this shocking situation. There were many variables in the entire process, such as the Azura Yin, Beiqin, and Su Zimo's Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic that had surpassed the extreme realm, as well as the descent of his dragon true body. However, all of those variables were still within Heavenly Secrets' control. That was because the outcome Heavenly Secrets wanted was for an intense battle where even more experts would die and rich bloodlines would be spilled. Unfortunately, another variable appeared later on and changed the situation completely. That variable was monk daming. Su Zimo did not know when monk daming arrived at Heaven and Earth Valley. Or perhaps he might have hidden himself in Heaven and Earth Valley a long time ago, but nobody discovered him. Monk daming did not appear the entire time. However, upon careful thought, he could vaguely capture some clues. The first time was when someone attacked the Master of Hellfire Hall in secret. The Master of Hellfire Hall fought a huge battle with extreme fire and tried to activate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra to recover his dermic powers and blood chi. However, he ended in failure. If no one had interfered, how could the Master of Hellfire Hall have failed? The second time was when someone broke through the spatial seal of Heaven and Earth Valley. Now that Su Zimo recalled it, the familiarity he felt upon hearing the word break was because it was actually the voice of Monk Daming. Because Monk Daming had been watching coldly from the sidelines the entire time, he had sufficient time to locate the spatial nodes of Heaven and Earth Valley and destroy them instantly. He was probably the only one with that capability as well. At the Dharma characteristic realm, he condensed 4 supreme Dharma characteristics. Now that he was already at the conjoint body realm and fused 4 supreme Dharma characteristics into his physical body, what sort of combat strength did he possess? The third time was when Heavenly Secrets' location was exposed for some unknown reason, attracting the pursuit of Yen Beiqin. In the battle between the two of them, Heavenly Secrets wanted to refine his bloodline and retaliate to suppress Yen Beiqin. However, he ended in failure as well. Thereafter, Heavenly Secrets fled far away and Yen Beiqin chased after him. Monk Daming must have interfered behind the scenes. The fourth time was when Su Zimo entered the dermic power vortex. D-Fan attacked and shattered the spatial tunnel, causing wild currents to surge in. At that time, a Buddhist light appeared in the dark and cold void and shrouded him. Monk Daming was probably the only one who could release a power of the Buddhist monasteries as such. Although Su Zimo escaped far away in the end and did not witness the final outcome of the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, needless to think, Monk Daming was definitely the biggest winner. Monk Daming released Su Zimo in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple because of his relationship with Daming Monastery. At the same time, he secretly broke through the spatial seal during the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. However, that was under the premise that he would not be exposed. That was the reason why Monk Daming had not shown himself the entire time, let alone appear to fight against the experts of the primordial 6 races. His final goal was to refine the bloodlines of Heaven and Earth Valley. Saving Su Zimo was something that happened in passing. Su Zimo sighed emotionally. Heavenly Secrets was from Enigma Palace and controlled everything from the back, using all the experts in the world as chess pieces to set up this earth-shaking scheme. Although he had planned everything, he did not expect that he would be paving the way for others. Some people were even more powerful than him. The mantis stalks the grasshopper, unaware of the oriole behind. At best, Heavenly Secrets could only be considered as the mantis, while Monk Daming was the oriole. Monk Daming was calm and composed. His talent was shocking and his combat strength was heaven-defying. The moment he returned, he schemed against all the experts in the world, and no one could escape from his trap. Even heavenly secrets suffered a loss. He had almost no weaknesses. Despite his strength, Monk Daming was locked by someone in the stone coffin for 40,000 years. What sort of existence was the person who locked him? How terrifying was the latter? Su Zimo lamented internally and tried his best to recall the chaotic void. The first to lose connection was his dragon true body. The dragon true body was the last to leap into the dermic power vortex, and the spatial tunnel shattered. The impact he received was the greatest as well, and he was swept away by the wild currents of the void, vanishing without a trace. Su Zimo believed that given the physique of his dragon true body, even the wild currents of the void would have difficulty devouring him. However, if there was no opportunity, his dragon true body would probably float in the wild currents of the void forever and be unable to return to Tianhuang mainland. At the very least, for now, Su Zimo could not sense the existence of his dragon true body. Su Zimo called for his dragon true body in his heart, but received no response. There were only 3 possibilities. First, his dragon true body was already dead. Second, his dragon true body was still unconscious and would naturally not respond. Third, his dragon true body was still floating in the void currents. Neither scenario was optimistic. Su Zimo thought of Night Spirit. Against the impact of the void currents, he was separated from Night Spirit. Night Spirit's fate was unknown as well. Finally, Su Zimo recalled what he experienced in the wild currents of the void before he fainted. He was in a dark and cold void without any sense of direction, space, or time. He could only drift helplessly. Before long, he vaguely heard a sutra being chanted. At the same time, he was extremely familiar with that sutra. It was the martial sutra that he had created. The sutra was transmitted through a spatial node and established a mysterious connection with him. His green lotus true body floated in that direction instinctively. Before long, his vision shone brightly and he fell rapidly. The surrounding darkness and coldness had already vanished. The 2 completely different environments dealt a huge blow to the green lotus true body. Furthermore, the green lotus true body was injured to begin with and fainted completely from fatigue. However, Su Zimo knew that he had already escaped from the void currents. Right now, he wanted to know where he was. Chapter 1323 Young Man and Young Lady. Chapter 1323 Young Man and Young Lady. Suddenly, Su Zimo heard a voice. "Sister, is that person still unconscious?" A slightly tender voice of a young man sounded, seemingly grumbling. "Not yet." Another voice sounded. It was rather pleasant and sounded like a young girl. Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked over. He was in a medium-sized room, lying on a sandalwood bed. He was covered with a thick blanket. The light-colored curtains were closed and exuded a faint fragrance. On the wooden table beside the bed was a simple basin of orchids and a bronze mirror. The room was clean and tidy. Although the decorations were simple and plain, there was a hint of elegance in it. It looked like a young girl's room. Although the door was tightly shut, Su Zimo could see 2 figures walking over with his eyesight. The figure on the left was slightly shorter, but his shoulders were wide and he strode with vigor. The figure on the right was slightly taller, and her long hair fluttered. She had a graceful figure that was charming. She must be the elder sister in the conversation earlier on. "Sister, that person's background is unknown. You've done your best to take care of him for so long. In my opinion, you should just throw him out and let him fend for himself." The young man on the left said, "What's the difference between throwing him out now and killing him?" The girl shook her head. "We have to wait for him to wake up before making further plans." "But, sister, your Dantian is destroyed and yet you're still painstakingly taking care of that person daily. I'm worried that your body, the young man hesitated. It's nothing much. The girl smiled. During this period of time, I began cultivating the martial Tao and gained some insights. My condition has already improved. Sister, you're still cultivating the martial Tao. The young man seemed to frown. I heard from outside that the fiend Desolate Marshal joined forces with a primordial taboo and killed many people in the Middle Continent. What's so good about the cultivation techniques left behind by that fiend? The girl did not refute and merely said indifferently, "Those are just rumors." The cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families did not even head over for the Dharma characteristic ranking. Who saw it personally? They are just rumors. Su Zimo's heart stirred. 3 aristocratic families. However, I heard that Desolate Marshal offended the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists and was encircled by them. Think about it, sister. If he wasn't a heinous fiend, how could he be ostracized by the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists? The young man refused to give up and continued. The girl went silent. After a brief pause, she continued, "I'm not sure about anything else. However, we witnessed Desolate Marshal establishing a Tao and imparting martial arts to all living beings. This is a glorious achievement that will bring blessings to the world. Half of the Martial Sutra is passed down through the world so that all living beings in the world can cultivate it. Nothing can erase such a great merit." The young man seemed to be indignant still and continued, "Although that's the case, how many people have been able to condense blood, chi, golden cores since Desolate Marshal passed down the martial Tao? That's normal." The girl said cultivation is a heaven-defying act to begin with. Even among those with spirit roots, less than 1 in 10,000 can form a core. Furthermore, the cultivation of the martial Tao is even more difficult. Forget it. Let's not argue about such stuff. She waved it off and changed the topic with a smile. "You haven't had lunch yet, right? I'll go make you something to eat after I pack up." With that said, the girl pushed the door open with a creak. The siblings stood at the entrance and saw that Su Zimo had already opened his eyes and was looking at them with a calm gaze. The young man was not old and was around 13 years old. From a young age, he already looked mature and had a bearing. The girl was around 16 years old and had yet to turn completely adult. However, she was already slender and elegant with skin that was fair as snow. She was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were bright and spirited. "Ah!" The young man's expression changed starkly as he exclaimed. In a flash, he appeared in front of the girl and glared at Su Zimo warily. A look of surprise and joy appeared on the girl's face when she saw that Su Zimo was awake. However, she was much calmer compared to the young man. Su Zimo lifted the blanket on his body and stood up slowly. The young man's heart skipped a beat and he reacted swiftly. Slapping the storage bag on his waist, he withdrew a flying sword with a spirit pattern etched on it. It was an inferior grade spirit weapon. He conjured a hand seal with his left hand and controlled his flying sword with his right, ready to strike at any moment. He reminded softly, "Sister, watch out." Su Zimo watched carefully. The youth was at Foundation establishment realm and his series of actions were rather swift. However, the girl did not move at all. When she saw how guarded the young man was, she smiled and merely shook her head gently. Pushing the young man away, she cupped her fists towards Su Zimo. "Please forgive us, mister. My younger brother is merely worried about me." Su Zimo nodded without saying anything and sized up the girl carefully. Back when he was in the chaotic void and heard someone chanting the martial Tao Sutra, this should be the girl. It was also a freak coincidence. This girl cultivated the martial Tao and happened to be in a nearby spatial node. Through it, she established a connection with Su Zimo, who was in the wild currents of the void. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to escape. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would have to continue floating if he missed this spatial node. In other words, although the girl before him did it unintentionally, she saved his life. Su Zimo looked at the girl in a daze. However, the young man's expression turned extremely terrible. "Hey, what are you looking at? Do you believe that I'll gouge your eyeballs out in a fit of anger?" The young man thought that Su Zimo had ulterior motives towards the girl and could not help but holler. Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and could not help but laugh when he heard the young man's threat. He was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord and could be considered as the #1 Tao Lord of Tianhuang mainland. But now he was threatened by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. However, the young man could not be blamed. Right now, Su Zimo's situation was a little special. Before entering the wild currents of the void, the black-haired essence spirit was affected by the life-severing curse released by the self-destruction of Wu Xie's essence spirit. Up till now, the power had not dissipated and shrouded Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit. Therefore, Su Zimo could not use the power of his essence spirit at all. In other words, he could not release spirit consciousness, Dharmic arts, or even heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Others would not be able to see through him and would merely take him as a mortal. Of course, that did not mean that he could not protect himself. Given Su Zimo's green lotus true body, even if he did not move, any Dharma characteristic Tao Lord might not be able to hurt him. Furthermore, he could release shocking combat strength in melee combat with his green lotus true body. Unlike the young man, although the girl was stared at by Su Zimo for a long time, she did not feel disgusted. For some reason, perhaps it was her sixth sense, but she could not sense the malevolent intent in the green-robed man's heart. Furthermore, the green-robed man's eyes were clear and bright. Although he was staring at her, the way he looked at her was different from how many people looked at her. This gave her a sense of trust unconsciously. Chapter 1324 by Ming Shui. Chapter 1324 by Ming Shui. Little brother, put away your spirit weapon. Don't be rude. The girl patted the young man on the shoulder and berated him. Humph. The young man grit his teeth and glared at Su Zimo fiercely. Although he was unwilling, he still obeyed the girl's orders and retracted his flying sword slowly. However, he refused to relax. His muscles were tense, and he looked wary, as though he could jump and attack at any moment. Right now, Su Zimo's essence spirit was locked by the power of the life-severing curse, and he could not use his Dharmic powers. To others, he looked like a mortal without any cultivation at all. Therefore, it was not surprising that the young man and girl could not tell Su Zimo's cultivation. At that moment, even conjoint body mighty figures could not see through Su Zimo's strength. You were the one who saved me. Su Zimo looked at the girl and asked. She nodded with a reminiscent expression. That day, I was cultivating outside when suddenly, dark clouds filled the skies and lightning flashed. A bolt of lightning descended and pierced an ancient tree. You fell not far away, and must have fainted from the shock of that thunderbolt. Hence, why I brought you back. Su Zimo nodded. How should I address you, mister? The girl asked again. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. My surname is Su. He did not know where he was right now. Coupled with the fact that his essence spirit was locked and his combat strength was greatly reduced, there was naturally no way he could reveal everything about himself. Of course, Su Zimo guessed that given the young man and girl's experience of the world, they had never heard of him even if he said his name. Everyone in Tianhuang mainland knew of Desolate Marshal. However, not many people knew that Desolate Marshal's true name was Su Zimo. Humph! The young man harumphed coldly and mocked. You're being secretive. One look, and I can tell that you're not a good person. The girl did not say anything. In her opinion, it was only logical for this green-robed man to be guarded against outsiders, since he was in a foreign land and had just awakened. What are your names? Su Zimo asked. My name is Bai Ming Shui. The girl smiled and did not hide anything. She patted the young man beside her. This is my younger brother, Bai Ming Ao. He was a little rude to Mr. Su. Please don't blame him. Sister, you don't even know who he is. Why tell him our names? The young man called Bai Ming Ao twisted his body, seemingly unwilling. Bai Ming Shui smiled and shook her head. There was no need to hide something as such. Bai Ming. Su Zimo frowned slightly and murmured, that surname isn't too common. When he heard that, Bai Ming Ao clenched his fists in frustration. A look of sadness flashed through Bai Ming Shui's eyes as she lowered her head slightly. Where is this? Su Zimo asked again. Bai Ming Shui said, This is Bai Ming Town, and my clansmen are all in the town. Bai Ming Town. Su Zimo was confused and asked again, Where is Bai Ming Town? The East Region? Middle Continent? Bai Ming Shui shook her head. Bai Ming Town is located in the South Region of Tianhuang mainland. South Region? Su Zimo was shocked. To think that he would have arrived at the South Region of Tianhuang mainland after activating the teleportation formation on the beast hide with the spatial tunnel destroyed by D-Fan. He had never stepped foot into this place before and was extremely foreign to it. Of course, he had some understanding of the South Region as well. For example, one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, Depamkar Monastery, where Ming Zhan was located, was a super sect of the South Region. Ever since he parted ways with Ming Zhen in the Dao inheritance ground, the two of them had not seen each other. Ming Zhen had obtained the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva previously, and his cultivation should not have fallen too far behind. He should have already entered the Dharma characteristic realm. If he had conjured his Ksitigarbha true body, he would have a reason to take part in the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking. Could Ming Zhen have already seen through secular titles and no longer wanted to compete for the Dharma characteristic ranking? Or could something have happened to Ming Zhen? The North Region was now ruled by the capital of Great Zhou alongside various major sects and factions. The Middle Continent relied entirely on the super sections. The South Region was different from the North and Middle Continent. The strongest factions in the South Region were the legendary 3 aristocratic families. The 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, and 4 unorthodox groups followed by the 3 aristocratic families. The 3 aristocratic families were different from the Yuan and Taba families that Su Zimo had fought in the North Region. These 3 aristocratic families were truly passed down from the ancient era and ruled over the South Region. They were eternal and had experienced countless storms. The most terrifying thing was that in the ancient era, the 3 aristocratic families of the South Region gave birth to emperors. That was the most important reason why the 3 aristocratic families had been passed down through history. All 3 ancient aristocratic families had different surnames. The Dongfang, Nangong, and Shimin aristocratic families. In the South Region, those 3 surnames were more useful than any Dao title. Cultivators of the 3 surnames could dominate the South Region. Judging from your words, you're not from the South Region, Mr. Su. Bai Ming Shui frowned slightly and asked curiously, Yes. Su Zimo nodded. If you're not from the South Region, how did you get here? What are your motives for coming to Bai Ming Town? Bai Ming Ao questioned immediately. This time round, Bai Ming Shui did not stop him either. After all, she had done her best to save Su Zimo since his background was unknown. She did not know if Su Zimo was good or bad either. If Su Zimo truly had other motives, she could not let him stay in Bai Ming Town. It's a long story. Su Zimo chuckled bitterly. If he were to explain how he arrived at the South Region, the young man and girl would definitely be scared out of their wits. Humph. The young man sneered. Sister, what did I say? That person sure is conniving and secretive. He's not a good person. Su Zimo could not be bothered to refute. His gaze shifted to Bai Ming Shue's dantian, and he frowned slightly. Your dantian is shattered. Earlier on, when he heard the conversation between the young man and girl, he thought that Bai Ming Shue's dantian was only destroyed because she had made a mistake in her cultivation. From the looks of it, Bai Ming Shue's dantian was clearly shattered by an external force. Bai Ming Shue did not reply and asked instead, You know about cultivation too, mister. Su. A little. Su Zimo nodded. Bai Ming Shue pursed her lips. There's nothing to hide. If my dantian is destroyed, so be it. At most, I'll just restart. In her eyes there was no hint of loss or despair from the destruction of her dantian. Even Su Zimo had to praise that unyielding gaze internally. Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely take revenge for you. When Bai Ming Ao heard that, he even gave up on attacking Su Zimo for the time being. Turning back, he grit his teeth and said hatefully, Little brother, don't interfere in this matter. Bai Ming Shue shook her head. How can I not interfere? Bai Ming Ao said indignantly, You finally managed to form your core, but it was destroyed by that woman. This feud is irreconcilable. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was moved. This Bai Ming Shue, who was merely around 16 years old, managed to form a golden core. Such talent was indeed shocking. Chapter 1325, Bai Ming Aristocratic Family. Chapter 1325, Bai Ming Aristocratic Family. Su Zimo did not know how long Bai Ming Shue had been cultivating for, but judging from her movements, she seemed like she had already reached lesser mastery of the first transformation of the martial Tao, 9 bulls, 2 tiger. The pain, despair, and confusion of having his golden core destroyed was something that Su Zimo had experienced personally. It was not something that ordinary people could endure, and even with his willpower, he was once despondent. If he had not seen what Daiyu left at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, it would have been difficult for him to reignite his hope. It was hard to imagine how difficult it must have been for the 15-year-old girl before him to endure through it on her own without sinking into depression and turning to cultivate the martial Tao. Furthermore, the amount of pain and suffering she had to endure was unimaginable. From that girl, Su Zimo could see the determination to fight against fate, the unyieldingness to it, the determination to continue and advance forward. That was the will of the martial Tao. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Zimo's mind, but he suppressed it quickly. How long have I been asleep? Su Zimo pondered for a moment before asking. Bai Ming Shue replied, It's been a year. That long? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. This meant that a year had passed since the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. He did not know what major events in the cultivation world happened in the past year, or if Yan Beichen was still fine. Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked indirectly, I heard you guys arguing about the fight for the Dharma characteristic ranking and the Great Fiend. What was that about? The Great Fiend, desolate marshal. Bai Ming Ao pouted his lips as though he was filled with hatred. That fiend went on a massacre in the Middle Continent and attracted the encirclement of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sections. I heard that he was exiled into the void by a supreme expert of the immortal sects and died a long time ago. Oh! Su Zimo nodded. Bai Ming Shue frowned slightly and looked at Su Zimo thoughtfully. She had a feeling that Mr. Su's question was a little abrupt. She had once thought that Mr. Su might be a cultivator or even a great cultivator. He merely hid his cultivation and they could not see through him. However, when she saw that Su Zimo's face was yellowed and sickly, it was far from the aura of a human cultivator. Furthermore, he did not have the mighty aura of a human cultivator. As such, she did not think too much about it. At that moment, Su Zimo's black-haired essence spirit was shrouded by the power of the life-severing curse and did not look well. His body was frail, and he looked like a weak scholar who had not recovered from a long illness. Right then, The ground far away quaked violently. Before long, the sound of horses neighing and beasts roaring could be heard outside. Demonic chi swirled and spirit energy surged into the air. Although Su Zimo could not use his spirit consciousness to check, he could tell with a single glance that it was a group of cultivators who had barged into this Biming town riding on spirit beasts and demons. It's them again. Biming Ao's expression changed as he grit his teeth. Biming Shui had a calm expression, as though she was already used to this. Although he could not see what was going on outside due to the wall in the courtyard, Su Zimo's hearing was strong, and he could hear the shouts coming from the town. Search carefully and don't miss out on any ancient treasures. A voice sounded in an arrogant manner. The Biming aristocratic family was also a major family that was ranked alongside our 3 aristocratic families in the past. Their foundations are truly strong. Ha ha ha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd outside. Su Zimo's heart stirred. To think that the Biming clan would have such a powerful background. However, by the looks of it, it seemed like things had already deteriorated to such a state where no one resisted despite being bullied. A large group of spirit beasts and demons galloped through Biming town fearlessly. It's Dongfang Xian. When Biming Ao heard the commotion outside, a deep hatred flashed through his eyes. Unable to hold it in, he rushed out of the room and ran out of the courtyard. Little brother. Biming Shui chased after him hurriedly and held him back, shaking her head. What's the difference between rushing up now and committing suicide? His sister was the one who destroyed your golden core. I can't take it lying down. Biming Ao clenched his fists with reddened eyes. Biming Shui replied, It's nothing much. This is a feud between me and Dongfang Ji. I'll settle it in the future. Right then, the group of cultivators arrived outside the courtyard. Boom! The high wall of the courtyard was smashed by a tremendous force, causing gravel to fly everywhere as it collapsed. Dozens of cultivators stood outside the billowing dust. Most of them were Foundation establishment cultivators, and there were even a few golden cores among them. All of them were riding on spirit beasts and looked down at Biming Shui and her brother in the courtyard. Dongfang Xian, what are you trying to do? Biming Ao hollered with widened eyes. Although he was young, he already possessed an extraordinary aura. Dongfang Xian was a young man in his 20s. He had already cultivated to the Golden Core realm and was riding on a menacing demon beast. The demon beast's eyes were bloodshot. Its fur was luxuriant and its limbs were strong. Tall and mighty, it exuded a torrential malevolent aura. It was an ancient remnant beast, the Bane Spirit Hound. That ancient remnant beast was already a Golden Core spirit demon. When it heard Biming Ao shout at Dongfang Xian, it could not help but roar at Biming Ao. Glaring at Biming Ao with bloodshot eyes, it lowered its body and accumulated strength while drooling from the corners of its mouth. Notwithstanding the golden cores on the other end, the Bane Spirit Hound alone was enough to kill Biming Shui and her brother with ease. Although Biming Ao was fearful against the ancient remnant beast, he did not retreat at all and glared at the Bane Spirit Hound fixedly as well. Even Biming Shui, who had her golden core, crippled, stood shoulder to shoulder with Biming Ao fearlessly. Fufu. Dongfang Xian patted the Bane Spirit Hound beneath him and sneered, Bastard, calm down. Calm down. Everyone could tell that the bastard that Dongfang Xian was referring to was Biming Ao. The cultivators behind Dongfang Xian roared in laughter. Isn't that Miss Biming who fought with my sister for the treasure? TSK, TSK. To think that she's still alive after her golden core was destroyed by my sister. That's not easy. Dongfang Xian shifted his gaze towards Biming Shui and said in an odd manner. Biming Shui had a calm expression and remained silent. Dongfang Xian, don't go overboard. Biming Ao clenched his fists and shouted. That's what I want to do. What can you do about it? Dongfang Xian pouted. Young lad, you can't even defeat the spirit demon I'm riding on. Who do you think you are to go against me? Dongfang Xian, just you wait. I'll definitely fight you after I advance to the Golden Core realm. Bai Ming Ao said word by word. Oh my! Dongfang Xian burst into laughter. You're declaring war on me. Ha ha ha. Some cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family roared in laughter as well. How long should I wait? Dongfang Xian asked with a fake smile. 10, 20, or 100 years? 3 years. Bai Ming Ao said, the aristocratic family competition is in 3 years. At that time, I'll naturally compete with you. Dongfang Xian asked with a fake ignorance. The aristocratic family competition is a matter between our 3 ancient aristocratic families. What has it got to do with the Bai Ming family? Oh, Dongfang Xian came to a realization. I almost forgot that your Bai Ming family was ranked alongside our 3 aristocratic families in the ancient era. What a pity that your Bai Ming family only has a few hundred people left. Sigh, you won't even have a successor. Chapter 1326, Guarded Secret. Chapter 1326, Guarded Secret. Dongfang Xian, if you have nothing else, leave. Bai Ming Shui said indifferently, how many times have you guys been to Bai Ming Town over the years? Even if there are any treasures, they have long been taken away by your 3 aristocratic families. Not necessarily. Dongfang Xian said, I heard that your Bai Ming aristocratic family guards a shocking secret of the ancient era. It might be a huge treasure or secret cultivation technique. Who knows what sort of supreme treasure it is? Bai Ming Shui smiled self-deprecatingly. If there was truly such a treasure, would the Bai Ming aristocratic family have declined to such an extent? Dongfang Xian waved his hand. Search. Don't miss anything such as a secret key, beast hide, or treasure map. Take anything that looks old with you. The cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family swarmed in and searched the courtyard brazenly. Right in front of Su Zimo, things like stone stools, teapots, and bronze mirrors that couldn't be any more common were swept away by the cultivators into their storage bags. It was no wonder why the decorations in the courtyard and rooms seemed so simple. If cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families were to come and loot the place from time to time, there would indeed be nothing left. Su Zimo stood at the side and watched coldly. When the cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family saw that he was a mere mortal, none of them looked at him properly or bothered with him. After looting the courtyard wantonly and discovering nothing, the cultivators of the Dongfang aristocratic family left under Dongfang Xian's lead. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. Not far away in the courtyard, on the long street of Bai Ming Town, an extraordinarily handsome man with a golden core cultivation stood looking over. Brother Nangong. Bai Ming Ao was delighted when he saw that figure and exclaimed. He wanted to charge forward, but Bai Ming Shui grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Bai Ming Ao was puzzled, but still asked, Brother Nangong, where have you been for the past year? Why haven't you visited my sister? Do you know? My sister saw a spirit weapon first and paid for it with spirit stones. However, Dongfang Ji caught sight of it and insisted on snatching it away. Because my sister refused to give it to her, she broke my sister's golden core. From the looks of it, this perfected being, Nangong, should be someone from the Nangong aristocratic family and had a close relationship with Bai Ming Shui. Bai Ming Ao seemed to trust him a lot. However, he was too young and there were many things he could not understand. Su Zimo realized that something was amiss with just those few words. The fact that perfected being Nangong had not visited Bai Ming Shui for an entire year after her golden core was shattered was proof of trouble. Furthermore, the way Bai Ming Shui looked at perfected being Nangong was clearly a little cold. Perfected being Nangong walked over slowly. When he heard Bai Ming Ao's words, he nodded with an indifferent expression. I heard. Little Shui, Dongfang Ji is a direct descendant of the Dongfang aristocratic family. Why are you fighting with her? Perfected being Nangong looked at Bai Ming Shui and said slowly. Bai Ming Shui smirked with a mocking expression. She was smart and had expected this. However, Bai Ming Ao's eyes were widened in disbelief. Brother Nangong, what are you talking about? Dongfang Ji was the unreasonable one who snatched my sister's belongings. If she wants it, just give it to her. Perfected being Nangong said indifferently. Bai Ming Ao was dumbfounded, as though he had just met this man for the first time. Bai Ming Shui said, That's right. She's a direct descendant of the Dongfang aristocratic family and has a noble status. If she wants it, I'll give it to her. Why argue with her? After a brief pause, she shook her head. However, I don't want to give it. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. It was a familiar sight. It was a familiar sentence. You don't want to give it to her. Perfected being Nangong laughed and shook his head. What's the outcome? Your golden core is crippled, and you'll be a cripple from now on. What do you have to fight against Dongfang Ji? Nangong Yu! Bai Ming Ao shouted. What are you talking about? Don't you fancy my sister? What do you mean by that? Fufu. Nangong Yu smiled. Do you really think that I approached your sister because I fancied her? I merely wanted to obtain the secret guarded by the Bai Ming aristocratic family from you guys. In other words, given your sister's status, she will only be a concubine even if she marries into the Nangong family. Those words were even more hurtful than swords and spears. Bai Ming Shui shuddered, but she pursed her lips and steadied herself. You! Bai Ming Ao was enraged and charged forward with grit teeth, wanting to fight Nangong Yu to the death. Bai Ming Shui held him back tightly. That's the way. Nangong Yu laughed. Little Shui, although you're already a cripple, I can still give you a promise. Nangong Yu raised his head slightly and said proudly, As long as you tell me the secret guarded by the Bai Ming aristocratic family, I'll allow you to marry into the Nangong family as a concubine. At the very least, I'll be able to protect the two of you so that you don't have to endure too much humiliation. Furthermore, you will be able to obtain some cultivation resources and techniques or secret skills in my Nangong family. Scram! Bai Ming Shui mouthed coldly. Nangong Yu shook his head and chuckled. Bai Ming Shui, you have to consider this carefully. Your Bai Ming aristocratic family has already fallen to such a state, and you're a cripple as well. I'm merely giving you two a chance because I pity you. Don't regret it. Nangong Yu! Bai Ming Ao could not help but curse angrily. You're merely a collateral descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family. What are you getting cocky for? The three aristocratic families were powerful and had many bloodlines. They had hundreds of millions of descendants. Among them, the direct descendants had the most noble bloodlines, and the collateral lineages were way inferior. As a collateral descendant of the Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Yu's status in the family was indeed not ranked. The only way he could fit in was if he was a rare monster incarnate or paragon. Nangong Yu was not enraged either. It's precisely because I'm from a collateral lineage that I want the secret guarded by the Bai Ming aristocratic family. Once I obtain the secret, I'll have naturally done a great deed and can integrate into the direct lineage. The two of you will be able to gain my protection as well. Nangong Yu spread his hands. This is the best of both worlds. Why not? Scram! Bai Ming Shui spoke slowly and cleanly. It was as though she felt disgusted just by saying another word to Nangong Yu. Ugh! Nangong Yu shook his head and sighed. How stubborn. Let's see how long you two can last. He pointed to the dilapidated walls and a courtyard that was trampled into a derelict state. There will be many more days like this for you guys, Fufu. Nangong Yu's gaze shifted and landed on Su Zimo naturally. He frowned slightly. For some reason, The gaze of the green-robed cultivator caused his heart to flutter inexplicably. However, he quickly realized that the green-robed cultivator was merely immortal and turned to leave with a stifled chuckle. Chapter 1327, Karma. Chapter 1327, Karma. Right from the beginning, Suzimo did not attack and merely watched coldly from the sidelines. The thought that he had suppressed initially resurfaced. Actually, when he sensed that rare determination of the martial Tao from Bai Ming-shui earlier on, Suzimo had already thought of taking her in as a disciple. However, he reconsidered because his identity was unique. He had offended many super sects and primordial races. If he appeared in the cultivation world, he would definitely be hunted down. It was difficult for him to protect himself. If he were to accept a disciple, he might bring upon a calamity for the latter. In reality, given Suzimo's capabilities, he was long qualified to take in disciples. All these years, he had not done it because he was worried that he would attract trouble and implicate his disciples. But now, after everything that happened to Bai Ming-shui, a mysterious feeling grew in him, and he finally made up his mind to accept a disciple. Bai Ming-shui was like him back in Pingyang town. He watched everything coldly from the sidelines, just like Dai Yu did in the past. It was a mysterious and indescribable feeling of fate. More importantly, Bai Ming-shui cultivated the martial Tao and rescued him from the wild currents of the void. That was equivalent to saving his life. She picked him up the same way he picked Dai Yu up back then. From there on, he obtained an opportunity and stepped onto the path of cultivation. In fact, Bai Ming-shui's experience was similar to his. Everything was a freak combination of karma and reincarnation, as though everything was predetermined. Now that Suzimo was tainted by the life-severing curse and had no clue how to resolve it, he might as well stay in Bai Ming town for the time being. "Sister, are you all right?" Bai Ming-ao asked with concern. Although Bai Ming-shui did not reveal any sadness the entire time, Nan Gongyu's words were truly hurtful. "It's fine." Bai Ming-shui smiled. Bai Ming-ao was finally relieved when he saw his sister smile. "Sister, don't worry, there's 3 more years. I'll definitely cultivate well. Dongfang Xian, Dongfang Ji, and Nan Gongyu. I won't let any of them off." Bai Ming-ao clenched his fists and swore. "Yes, little brother. I believe in you." Bai Ming-shui nodded. "Sister, I have to seize the time to head to the main hall of the clan and cultivate. There's a chance that I might not return much during this period of time. Can you survive all by yourself?" Bai Ming-ao asked. "It's fine, don't worry about me." Bai Ming-shui said, "Go and cultivate. You don't have to come back to visit me during this period of time either. This is Bai Ming town and nothing major will happen. It will just be people from the 3 aristocratic families coming and going." Bai Ming-ao nodded. Immediately, as though he recalled something, he looked at Suzimo, who was not far away, and frowned, hollering, "Hey you, aren't you leaving yet?" Bai Ming-shui's heart softened when she saw that Suzimo looked frail and his face was gaunt and yellow. "Little brother, go on and cultivate. I'll take care of Mr. Su's matter." Bai Ming-ao nodded hesitantly. "That works too. If anything happens, sister, call for me at the clan's grand hall." "Yes." Bai Ming-shui nodded. Bai Ming-ao glared at Suzimo fiercely one last time before turning to leave and disappeared before long. Bai Ming-shui watched him leave before turning around slowly. She gazed at the huge mess in the courtyard in silence, and her eyes gradually reddened. Finally, she squatted down slowly and hugged herself with both arms before bursting into tears. This young girl did not show any fear when she was bullied by the Dongfang aristocratic family. She did not cry despite being mocked and wronged by Nan Gongyu. However, after the Dongfang aristocratic family, Nan Gongyu and her young brother left, she still bawled to release her pent-up emotions and grievances. She was only 15 years old after all and had endured too much. Suzimo, merely stood at the side without heading up to console her. However, a look of admiration flashed through his eyes. A long time later, the sobbing gradually stopped. Bai Ming-shui reached out and wiped away the tears on her face. She stood up and couldn't help but blush when she saw Su Zimo looking at her. "I'm sorry I've caused you to witness a joke," she said. Earlier on, she was upset and could not help but forget that Su Zimo was still around. Su Zimo smiled gently. "It's fine." "Where are you headed, mister?" "Su, if it's nearby, can I escort you back?" Bai Ming-shui asked. Su Zimo shook his head. "If it's convenient, I intend to stay here for a period of time. I wonder if you—" "I'm all right with it." Bai Ming-shui said, "There are some empty rooms here. However, something like this might happen again in the future. I'm afraid it might disturb you." "It's nothing much." Su Zimo waved it off. "I don't care." Bai Ming-shui frowned slightly. Although Mr. Su was immortal, he knew quite a few things about the cultivation world. Furthermore, he showed no fear towards everything that happened today. If it was any other ordinary mortal, notwithstanding everything else, they would be scared out of their wits at the sight of those menacing spirit, beasts, and demons. However, Mr. Su seemed like he was fine. Yet he did not seem like he was a cultivator either. What a strange person. Bai Ming-shui was puzzled, but did not think too much about it. For some reason, she had an inexplicable sense of trust in this green-robed man, as though she believed that he would definitely not hurt her. What are they talking about when they referred to the Bai Ming aristocratic family? Su Zimo asked. Bai Ming-shui thought for a moment and did not hide anything. In the ancient era, there were initially 4 aristocratic families in the south region: Dongfang, Nangong, Shimin, and Baiming. However, later on, the Baiming aristocratic family gradually declined and did not rise again. In the ancient era, the Baiming aristocratic family was comparable to the 3 great aristocratic families and had 100 million clansmen. Unfortunately, this small town is the only thing left now. Bai Ming-shui laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Even so, the 3 aristocratic families refused to let Bai Ming town off and came by from time to loot it. They are looking for the secret guarded by the Bai Ming aristocratic family. Su Zimo asked in a testing manner. "Yes." Bai Ming-shui replied. "It said that our family has protected a shocking secret for generations. However, I don't know about it, nor has anyone told us. It's the same for the other clansmen. All these years, the 3 aristocratic families have snatched away the treasures, cultivation techniques, and secret skills of the Baiming aristocratic family. Even Baiming town has been dug up, but no secret has been discovered." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "The reason why the 3 aristocratic families left our Baiming clansmen alive was because they had hopes of discovering that so-called secret from us. Fufu, if there was truly a shocking secret, it would have been discovered a long time ago. Why would it be hidden for so long?" Su Zimo nodded. However, that rumor was not entirely bad for the Baiming aristocratic family. If not for that rumor, the Baiming aristocratic family would have been destroyed long ago without a single clansman remaining. Chapter 1328, Dao Inheritance. Chapter 1328, Dao Inheritance. "Mr. Su, you've just woken up and you don't seem well. Go and rest first. I'll clean up here." Bai Ming-shui pointed to the courtyard. Su Zimo nodded and did not decline. He had just woken up and intended to check on the status of his body. Back in his room, Su Zimo checked his consciousness and frowned. More than half the power of the life-severing curse was destroyed by the green lotus sword. However, the curse was extremely vicious and still shrouded the black-haired essence spirit, preventing him from using his spirit consciousness. There was no need to even think about comprehending heaven and earth or cultivating cultivation techniques to advance his cultivation. This meant that if he could not remove the power of the curse, Su Zimo's cultivation would remain at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm forever. What was worse was that he could not use his dharmic powers or any essence, spirit, secret skills. It was difficult to remove the power of the curse with the power of the black-haired essence spirit. He had to make use of external forces. Su Zimo gazed at the creation lotus platform beneath the black-haired essence spirit thoughtfully. At that moment, due to the existence of the life-severing curse, the creation lotus platform was completely isolated from the black-haired essence spirit, and even the glow that shot out from the lotus holes could not penetrate the power of the life-severing curse. If the creation lotus platform could recover to its original state and become a true creation green lotus, the power of the green lotus would definitely be able to purge the life-severing curse. However, how difficult would it be to resurrect the creation green lotus? It was probably many times more difficult than purging the power of the life-severing curse itself. The only possibility was if he had the primordial divine spring. But now Dragonbone Valley was the only place that had a primordial divine spring Su Zimo knew of. However, the green lotus true body could not enter it at all. A year had passed since the battle in Heaven and Earth Valley. The dragon race must have heard the news long ago. He wondered what the dragon race would think if they knew that the dragon true body was a clone of Su Zimo. The red-headed ghost and some elders of the dragon race treated the dragon true body well. Now that his dragon true body was exiled into the void and had disappeared, Su Zimo felt guilty towards the dragon race and the red-headed ghost. At the thought of the red-headed ghost, another doubt flashed through Su Zimo's mind. After Patriarch Yuan Bei passed away, the red-headed ghost did not return to Dragonbone Valley, and nobody knew where he went. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Su Zimo closed his eyes and tried to connect to heaven and earth to remove the power of the life-severing curse. Time gradually passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Su Zimo opened his eyes slowly and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. He still could not do it. The curse released by the self-destruction of a mighty figure of the witch race was indeed terrifying. It was already extremely fortunate that he was able to survive. If not for the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, even if his dragon true body cultivated a powerful essence spirit and terrifying killing techniques, such as the reverse scale, it would be difficult for him to defend against the life-severing curse. Huff! Huff! Right then, the sound of punches in the air could be heard from the courtyard. Su Zimo walked out of the room and caught sight of a young girl practicing 9 different motions under the bright moonlight. She was agile and graceful. After a long practice, the girl's face was filled with sweat and she had a serious expression, not realizing that Su Zimo was beside her. Su Zimo gazed at the round moon above his head in a daze, as though he had returned to that night many years ago. Under the same moonlight beneath a tree where peach blossoms scattered, a woman granted him an opportunity and brought him onto the path of cultivation. Mr. Su. Right then, a voice sounded from the courtyard. Bai Ming-Shui saw Su Zimo and stopped, panting slightly. Su Zimo nodded. This is the martial Tao, right? Yes. Bai Ming-Shui said, desolate martial wishes to establish a Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings. Even without a spirit root, one can cultivate the martial Tao. Have you tested before to see if you possess a spirit root, mister? I've tested and I don't have one. He shook his head. That's fine too. Bai Ming-Shui smiled. If you wish to cultivate, why don't you give it a try and cultivate the martial Tao? I've been cultivating for around a year and I feel that my strength has grown. I've learned something from it. When she saw that Su Zimo was indifferent and did not seem interested, she thought for a moment and said, even if you don't wish to enter the cultivation world, it's good for you to cultivate martial arts and strengthen your body. Actually, I know a little about the martial Tao as well. Su Zimo smiled gently. Huh, you know it too, mister? Bai Ming Shui asked in surprise. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. There's something wrong with your technique. Bai Ming Shui frowned and looked at Su Zimo skeptically. This is a Tao move imparted by Desolate Martial. I've long memorized it. How can there be a mistake? Su Zimo did not say much and performed the 9 actions of the first transformation right in front of Bai Ming Shui. What's the difference? Bai Ming Shui was still confused. Their actions were almost identical. There were only slight differences. You have to understand that among the 9 transformations of the martial Tao, there are only 9 actions per transformation. These 9 actions were tempered after countless years of deduction, and there's no room for mistakes. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. On the surface, it might seem like there's a slight difference. However, any deviation leads to a world of difference. Bai Ming Shui was still skeptical. After all, she was once a cultivator and had even cultivated to the Golden Core realm. If it was anyone else, they would be skeptical as well to receive guidance from a mortal without any cultivation. In her opinion, how could a mortal who is not Tao Lord Desolate Martial understand his thoughts? Bai Ming Shui said, Mr. Su, I don't seem to have any problems cultivating. In the past year, my strength has increased. Although I'm not at the strength of 9 bulls yet, I do have the strength of 5 bulls. Su Zimo said indifferently, Given your cultivation speed, which transformation of the martial Tao will you reach in 3 years' time? The 3rd or the 4th? In the aristocratic family competition, you will still be bullied by people like Dongfang Ji, let alone take revenge. Bai Ming Shui was silent. She knew that Su Zimo was not wrong. Given her cultivation speed, she would require at least 10 years to cultivate to the Blood Qi Golden Core. Su Zimo continued, Furthermore, if you continue cultivating like this, you might be able to condense a Blood Qi Golden Core in the future. However, your accomplishments will be limited as well. You can forget about reaching the later stages of Astral Infusion, Indestructible Diamond, or even Dragon Elephant Force. Given Bai Ming Shui's talent, she could cultivate to the 6th transformation of the martial Tao, the Blood Qi Golden Core, even if she were to cultivate on her own. That way, she would have a chance to condense an essence spirit and advance to the nascent soul realm. However, Su Zimo knew very well that the 6th transformation of the martial Tao was not the endpoint. The final 3 transformations of the martial Tao were the true essence of the martial sutra. That was a heaven-defying technique that could transform one's body and suppress their peers. Now that Bai Ming Shui's foundation was problematic, her future accomplishments would definitely be limited. Bai Ming Shui could not help but be swayed by Su Zimo's irrefutable logic. After hesitating for a moment, she followed his earlier actions and practiced the first move. Su Zimo shook his head gently and extended his leg, kicking Bai Ming Shui more than 10 times in succession all over body. Although Bai Ming Shui clearly saw Su Zimo kicking over, for some reason, she could not dodge at all. In a flash, she felt a sharp pain on her body. Instinctively, she changed her actions. The moment that action froze, her body surged with a hot sensation as though her body was burning and essence energy was fusing into her flesh. Instantly, she broke out in sweat. Chapter 1329, 1 year. Chapter 1329, 1 year. How could this be? Bai Ming Shui was shocked. That single action was much more effective than her repeated demonstration of the 9 actions. Could it be as Mr. Su said that a single deviation in the 9 transformations of the martial Tao made a world of a difference? If every single action of hers could produce such a shocking effect, she might be able to break through to the 2nd transformation of the martial Tao, 5 Qi essence, after cultivating for a month or 2. Perhaps 3 years later, she might truly be able to cultivate a Blood Qi Golden Core and re-enter the core formation realm. A cold glint flashed through Bai Mingshue's eyes when she thought about the expressions of Dongfang Xian, Dongfang Ji, Nangongyu, and the others. She was already exuding a murderous aura at such a young age. Su Zimo nodded to himself. Do you remember the action earlier on? Yes. Bai Mingxue nodded and repeated the move in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo extended his leg once more and kicked 3 times in succession. They landed on Bai Mingxue like lightning, and she could not react at all. She felt a sharp pain on her body and took a deep breath. However, she clenched her teeth and remained silent. She knew that Su Zimo was helping her to correct her actions. Bai Mingxue made dozens of mistakes during her first attempt. Su Zimo merely demonstrated once, and Bai Mingxue only had 3 mistakes left. It was rare for someone to have such a memory and talent. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm, and he did not offer any encouragement. Bai Mingxue had to experience unimaginable difficulties and obstacles if she wanted to cultivate the martial Tao. This was only the first step. After Bai Mingxue familiarized herself with the first move, Su Zimo demonstrated the second move. Bai Mingxue continued practicing. After a night, Su Zimo had already imparted all 9 moves of the first transformation to Bai Mingxue. The 9 transformations of the martial Tao had already spread through the world. However, the results produced were different depending on whether or not one had guidance. Furthermore, the person who explained and imparted the Tao was the person who created the martial Tao. Given Su Zimo's cultivation and insight, it was more than enough for him to teach even Dharma-characteristic Tao lords, let alone Bai Mingxue. If Su Zimo were to establish a sect, it would definitely not be weaker than the 108 upper sects of Tianhuang mainland. After imparting the first transformation of the martial Tao to Bai Mingxue, Su Zimo no longer appeared and spent his time in seclusion, thinking of ways to dispel the life-severing curse. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. This day, Bai Mingxue knocked and asked softly, "Mr. Su?" Su Zimo pushed the door open and looked at Bai Mingxue. Nodding slightly, he said, "Not bad, you've already cultivated the first transformation to the perfected stage." Bai Mingxue smiled as well. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Mr. Su." She knew very well that, if not for Su Zimo, she might not have been able to cultivate the first transformation of the martial Tao to the perfected stage in a year, let alone a month. "I'll demonstrate the second transformation of the martial Tao to you. Take a good look." Arriving in the courtyard, Su Zimo demonstrated the 9 actions of the second transformation of the martial Tao, 5 Qi essence. Bai Mingxue watched intently, not willing to miss a single detail. The foundation of the martial Tao is to constantly unlock one's potential. A person's body is a huge treasure with unlimited potential. The 5 organs of the human body can be called the 5 great divine treasures. By refining the 5 organs, one can obtain the divine qi of the 5 treasures and clear the 7 orifices. They can possess the power of universal sight and hearing. Their strength will increase exponentially, and their stamina will be lasting. Their physiques will be so shocking that even 5 horses won't be able to tear them apart. Su Zimo imparted the essence and profoundness of the second transformation of the martial Tao to Bai Mingxue without holding back. Anything she did not understand, Su Zimo would enlighten her by offering perfect pointers in simple terms. Bai Mingxue could clearly sense that her body was undergoing significant changes daily. It was a complete transformation. 2 months later, she was at perfected 5 Qi essence. Her vision, hearing, smell, and senses had even surpassed when she was at the Golden Core realm previously. The situation was way too terrifying. This was the second transformation of the martial Tao. Another 3 months passed. Third transformation of the martial Tao, perfected bronze, skin, steel bones. At this point of her cultivation, Bai Mingxue's body was even stronger than when she was at golden core realm. She was invulnerable against weapons, water, and fire. After 4 months, the 4th transformation of the martial Tao was perfected. After the 3rd and 4th transformations, Bai Ming-Xue's body was now fused with toughness and gentleness. She was agile, and her strength was comparable to pure-blooded, ferocious beasts of the same level. The 9 transformations of the martial Tao had almost pushed Bai Ming-Xue's body potential to its limits. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had spent a year in Baiming Town. For the past year, he spent most of his time resting in his room, attempting to connect to heaven and earth and remove the life-severing curse. However, there was no progress. Bai Ming-Xue's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a year, she had already cultivated to the 5th transformation of the martial Tao, marrow cleansing. She was only a step away from the 6th transformation, the blood qi golden core. Mr. Su, I've already cultivated to the 5th transformation of the martial Tao, and I'm at the lead Mercury amalgam blood realm. Can I attempt to condense a blood qi golden core now? Bai Ming-Xue was delighted. She had changed way too much in the past year. Others might not be able to sense it, but she knew that she had undergone a complete transformation in just a year. Although she had yet to condense her blood qi golden core, Bai Ming-Xue believed that she would be able to secure victory against some golden cores given her current combat strength. Lead Mercury amalgam blood? You're not there yet. Su Zimo shook his head. For anyone else, it's fine for them to cultivate to the lead Mercury amalgam blood level. However, not for you. You have to cultivate further. The lead Mercury amalgam blood level is only the greater mastery of marrow cleansing. The symbol of perfection is tsunami blood. Since Su Zimo intended to take Bai Ming-Xue in as a disciple, he naturally wanted to help her establish a perfect foundation. There must be no sloppiness. Tsunami blood. Bai Ming-Xue was shocked. She was a golden core in the past and knew what tsunami blood was. But was that possible? Even in the entire cultivation world, not many people could cultivate to the tsunami blood realm, let alone the 3 aristocratic families. Tsunami blood is the limit of bloodline power. Can I do it? Bai Ming-Xue had doubts as well. No. Su Zimo shook his head. Tsunami blood isn't the limit of a bloodline. Tsunami blood isn't the limit yet. Bai Ming-Xue was shocked. Suddenly, a shout sounded from outside. Sister, sister, I'm back. A slightly excited voice sounded. Immediately after, a muscular young man barged into the courtyard with immense spirit energy surging around him. When he caught sight of Bai Ming-Xue, he ran over excitedly. Sister, I've already formed a core, and I'm a golden core now. Bai Ming-Ao was only 13 years old. To be able to cultivate to the golden core realm at his age, his talent was indeed shocking. However, to Su Zimo, it might not be a good thing for Bai Ming-Ao to advance to the golden core realm too early. Core formation was not to be underestimated, and it did not mean that one would be better the sooner they entered it. That was because there was a high chance that a golden core phenomenon could be created upon forming a core. The more one accumulated before forming a core, the greater the possibility of creating a golden core phenomenon, and the stronger the power of the phenomenon. Chapter 1330, Seaside. Chapter 1330, Seaside. That's great. Bai Ming-Xue patted Bai Ming-Ao on the shoulder gently. You're already at the golden core realm so quickly. You're even stronger than me back then. That's not all. Bai Ming-Ao said mysteriously, Sister, move aside. I'll let you take a look. Bai Ming-Xue retreated a few steps in confusion. Bai Ming-Ao straightened his face and channeled his spirit energy. Instantly, a boundless ocean appeared behind him with an extremely cold aura. The temperature in the courtyard dipped. Golden core phenomenon. Bai Ming-Xue exclaimed. Bai Ming-Ao nodded and said proudly, Sister, I've cultivated this legacy phenomenon of our Biming family, Biming Ocean. I'll definitely shock everyone in this aristocratic family competition and take revenge for you, sister. Little brother, you must not be careless. Biming Xue said hurriedly. Dongfang Xian and Dongfang Ji have both cultivated golden core phenomenons. Furthermore, there are 2 or 3 minor realms above you. You must not underestimate them. Sister, don't worry. My cultivation will definitely rise further in the next 2 years. Wait and see. Biming Ao harumphed coldly. Thereafter, he seemed to have noticed something and sized up Biming Xue before saying in confusion, Sister, you seem to have changed quite a bit as well. Cultivating the martial Tao, one had no spirit energy, and their cultivation realm could not be seen. In Biming Ao's eyes, Biming Xue was still immortal without spirit qi. However, the aura that she exuded inadvertently gave him a sense of pressure, even as a golden core. I've also benefited immensely from cultivating the martial Tao in the past year. The siblings were focused on their cultivation, and it had been a year since they last met. Biming Xue did not hide anything and shared her joy with her brother. Sister, are you still cultivating the martial Tao? Biming Ao frowned slightly. In my opinion, that martial Tao is a complete scam. Sister, there's no need for you to waste time on it. Nonsense. Biming Xue was a little displeased. In the past year, I've already cultivated to the 5th transformation of the martial Tao, marrow cleansing. Biming Ao pouted his lips in disdain. Sister, I don't think there's any way out of cultivating the martial Tao. Think about it. Even if you can condense a blood qi golden core, you won't be able to create a golden core phenomenon. Your accomplishments will be limited. As for the 7th transformation, astral infusion, the 8th transformation, indestructible diamond, and even the dragon elephant force of the 9th transformation, I reckon that it must be a product of that fiend desolate marshal's imagination. There's no way he could have cultivated it successfully. There were some things that Biming Ao said that were not wrong. Indeed, golden core phenomenons would not be born from cultivating the martial Tao. That was because golden core phenomenons were the epitome of spirit arts. The moment one formed a core and their spirit energy intersected with heaven and earth, golden core phenomenons would be formed. Cultivating the martial Tao required no spirit qi, and there was naturally no golden core phenomenon. Biming Xue went silent and did not argue with Biming Ao. Why are you still here? Biming Ao swept his gaze and could not help but frown when he caught sight of Su Zimo, who was not far away. With a stern expression, he walked slowly before Su Zimo and exuded the might of a golden core to exert pressure gradually. Just who are you? What are your motives for coming to Biming Town? Su Zimo merely lowered his head slightly and looked at the young man with interest. Although he could not use his spirit consciousness, his green lotus true body was still present, and the might of the golden core released by the young man was a complete joke to him. Little brother, don't be rude. Biming Xue walked over quickly and stood in front of Biming Ao. Go back to the main hall of the clan and cultivate. Don't bother about anything here. Although Biming Ao was young and impetuous, he was extremely obedient towards Biming Xue and never dared to go against her wishes. Consider yourself lucky. Biming Ao said, if I find out that you harbor evil intentions towards the Biming aristocratic family, I'll punish you severely even if my sister protects you. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left proudly. Mr. Su, my little brother, is still young and is a child. Biming Xue bowed to Su Zimo. Let me apologize to you on his behalf. Su Zimo smiled and would naturally not stoop to Biming Ao's level. He was meticulous. When he saw Biming Xue frowning, slightly as though she had something on her mind, he asked, Why? Are you feeling disappointed that you can't cultivate a golden core phenomenon with the martial Tao? Biming Xue was silent for a moment before nodding. In her opinion, It did not matter even if she could condense a blood-chi golden core. She would still lose against cultivators with golden core phenomenons, such as Dongfangji. Golden core phenomenons are merely the epitome of spirit arts and are not invincible. Su Zimo replied indifferently, "As long as you are strong enough, you can dispel it with ease. As the saying goes, one-sided strength is everything. If you can cultivate to the point of astral infusion and indestructible diamond, you will be able to suppress most golden core phenomenons with your body alone. If you're able to cultivate to dragon elephant force, you will be the #1 perfected being." Su Zimo was the only one who dared to say something like that. He was also the only one who was qualified. Bai Ming Xue's eyes gradually lit up. Su Zimo continued, "Furthermore, it's true that there's no golden core phenomenon in the martial Tao. However, there's a bloodline phenomenon in the martial Tao. The peak of the bloodline is the bloodline phenomenon. Bloodline phenomenon." Bai Ming Xue murmured softly. Before long, she took a deep breath and said excitedly, "I got it, Mr. Su. Thank you for your guidance." Su Zimo nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed, as though he sensed something. "Mr. Su." Sensing Su Zimo's abnormality, Bai Ming Xue probed. "It's nothing much. Go and cultivate." Su Zimo waved it off and sent Bai Ming Xue away with a look of joy in his eyes. Earlier on, he had actually sensed the existence of his dragon true body once more. The dragon true body woke up slowly and felt a wooden bed beneath him. He opened his eyes and looked at the roof. This was not a wild current of the void. There would definitely not be any wooden roofs or beds in the void currents. The dragon true body did not speak, nor was he in a hurry to get up. First, he sensed the condition of his body. The bloodline of the dragon true body was indeed powerful, and its regeneration capabilities were shocking. Although he was severely injured in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, he was still fine and his body recovered without any injuries. The green lotus true body was even troubled by the life-severing curse. However, there was no such issue for the dragon true body. Back in Heaven and Earth Valley, the spirit turtle in his consciousness had already suppressed the power of the life-severing curse completely. The dragon true body's ears twitched before he sniffed again. He could vaguely hear the sound of a tsunami crashing on the reef. Furthermore, he could smell the stench of seawater beneath his nose. Where am I? Could I have been teleported to the seaside? The dragon true body sat up slowly from the bed. Just as he was about to leave and check out where he was, his gaze shifted and he could not help but feel shocked. There was someone sitting in the room. However, he did not realize it at all. Chapter 1331, Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 1331, Divine Phoenix Island. It was a young woman with watery eyes and black hair that fell like a waterfall. She wore a red robe and sat in the room motionlessly, looking at the dragon true body. Su Zimo was dazed and almost mistook her for Dayu. But soon he realized that although this woman was beautiful, her aura was way too different from Dayu's. Dayu exuded a powerful, confident, and arrogant aura. It was as if she looked down on the world and was insufferably arrogant. No one could compare with her. However, Su Zimo was still shocked when his spirit consciousness swept past the young woman. Conjoint body realm. This young woman was actually a conjoint body mighty figure. If a conjoint body mighty figure were to harm him while he was unconscious, he would be a corpse right now. However, Su Zimo was certain that he had never seen this woman before. He could not sense any hostility in her eyes. On the contrary, the young woman looked at him strangely. She seemed to be scrutinizing him in a curious and unusual manner. "You're awake," the young woman said slowly. "Who are you? Where am I?" Su Zimo asked in a deep voice without letting his guard down. A year had passed since the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. Everyone knew that he had offended the major sects and factions of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects, and was enemies with the primordial 6 races. No matter where he was, it was not safe. After all, no sect or faction in Tianhuang mainland would dare to take him in at the risk of becoming enemies with super sects or even the primordial races. You don't have to worry about any danger. Nobody can hurt you here, the young woman said indifferently. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Pausing for a moment, she said slowly, "This is Divine Phoenix Island." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Divine Phoenix Island. Earlier on, he thought of many possibilities. However, he had not expected that he would have left Tianhuang mainland and arrived at Divine Phoenix Island, which was millions of miles away above the South Sea. Divine Phoenix Island, one of the super factions, and 2 islands. The other island was Penglai Island, located on the East Sea. Even with the major transference talisman, it was difficult for Su Zimo to cross such a long distance from Tianhuang mainland to reach Divine Phoenix Island. The ancient teleportation formation was the only possibility. Of course, the reason why Su Zimo was so shocked was not only because he was teleported to Divine Phoenix Island. More than that, it was because he had a deep relationship with Divine Phoenix Island the moment he started cultivating. His right hand was the Divine Phoenix Bone. In the cultivation world, it was said that an undying Divine Phoenix fell onto Divine Phoenix Island, giving rise to the Divine Phoenix Bone. Therefore, in the elementary ancient battlefield, many cultivators once thought that he was the successor of Divine Phoenix Island. Additionally, Divine Phoenix Island was established by the Saber Emperor. Legend has it that in the ancient era, the Saber Emperor escaped from Tianhuang mainland and headed to the South Sea. That was the reason why the Sword Dao reigned supreme across Tianhuang mainland right now. Before the Saber Emperor left, he left behind his inheritance in Tianhuang mainland, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea in the ancient battlefield. At the same time, Su Zimo obtained the Sea Calming Manual. Later on, Yan Beichen imparted the title manual to him as well. This meant that he had obtained the complete inheritance of the Saber Emperor. To think that he would step foot onto this land one day. "How do I address you, fellow Taoist?" the young woman asked. Su Zimo's heart stirred. The fact that the young lady did not know him meant that the news of the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley had not spread to Divine Phoenix Island yet. After all, Divine Phoenix Island was far away in the South Sea and was millions of miles away from Tianhuang mainland. It was only logical that they were ignorant about everything in the world. At the same time, Su Zimo felt something odd when the young woman addressed him as such. She was a conjoint body mighty figure, but he was only a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Under normal circumstances, the term fellow Taoist should be referring to someone of the same cultivation realm or seniority. The attitude of the woman towards him was a little strange. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. "I'm Long Mo." Right after, he asked, "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" "I'm Mo Ing, the Saber Attendant of Divine Phoenix Island." The woman replied, "The Saber Attendant." Su Zimo was stunned. Mo Ing explained, "In every generation, Divine Phoenix Island will have a saber attendant that will cultivate and guard by the side of the Dragon Soul Saber. The saber attendant will serve the wielder of the Dragon Soul Saber as their master." Dragon Soul Saber. Su Zimo was even more puzzled. Mo Ing explained patiently. The Dragon Soul Saber was created by the Saber Emperor personally killing an ancestral dragon in the ancient era and retrieving his dragon bones. The metal was cooled using the coldness of the deep sea and fused with the soul of the ancestral dragon. This Dragon Soul Saber is a connate dharmic treasure and is the utmost treasure left behind for Divine Phoenix Island by the Saber Emperor. An ancestral dragon was killed with his bones and soul extracted to forge into a saber. Zimo was secretly speechless. Such methods were truly terrifying, as expected of the Saber Emperor. He thought for a moment and asked again, "In that case, it must be difficult to wield the dragon's soul saber." Emoing nodded. "Only those with the divine phoenix bone can subdue the dragon's soul saber." Zimo's expression changed slightly. Emoing said, "It's no secret that you have the divine phoenix bone with you. If not for the existence of the divine phoenix bone, the experts of the island would not have been able to sense your existence, let alone save you forcefully from the void currents." Zimo was enlightened. It was not an accident that he was teleported to Divine Phoenix Island. It was because of the existence of the divine phoenix bone that the experts of Divine Phoenix Island noticed something unusual and rescued him from the wild currents in the void. "You mean to say that I might be able to wield the dragon's soul saber?" Zimo asked again. "That's a possibility." Emoing said, "However, your cultivation realm is too low and you're only at the Dharma characteristic realm. It'll probably be difficult for you to subdue the dragon's soul saber. This connate dermic weapon has the soul of an ancestral dragon and is extremely violent. Ordinary cultivators won't even be able to approach it." After a brief pause, she changed the topic and continued, "However, you're the successor of that senior. If you advance to the conjoint body realm, you still have a chance of wielding the dragon's soul saber." Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he could tell that she was implying something deeper. "That senior?" He glared at Emoing and asked slowly, "Who are you referring to?" "I don't know." Emoing shook her head with a hint of respect in her eyes as she recalled, "All I know is that she's a woman in a blood-colored robe." Upon hearing that, Zimo no longer had any doubts. You had been to Divine Phoenix Island. Back when he was severely injured, Dayu left for a period of time. Now, her traces during that period of time had gradually become clearer. She had been to the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley to suppress the blood face and snatch the Soraka flower. She came to the Divine Phoenix Island as well, and might have suppressed others to snatch the Divine Phoenix bone. Those two utmost treasures were the two gifts given to Zimo by Dayu. They played an important role in his cultivation path. I've never seen a woman as strong and arrogant as her, unparalleled. Even though all the experts of Divine Phoenix Island were alerted, nobody could stop her. Emoying's voice became increasingly agitated. In fact, Zimo caught sight of an inexplicable fervor and fanatic admiration in her eyes. Chapter 1332, Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix. Chapter 1332, Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix. With just a few words from Emoing, the image of a bloodied ruler overlooking the world and sweeping through Divine Phoenix Island with overwhelming dominance flashed through Zimo's mind. Zimo was silent. Although Dayu had only appeared briefly at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, the red-headed ghost was still wary and fearful at the mention of her. Emoing lowered her head slightly with a slightly blushed face. She tugged at her red robes and said, "Ever since that day, I've also grown to like wearing red robes. However, I'm far inferior compared to that senior." Zimo was stunned. Emoing did not even know who Dayu was, or even her name, and yet she was completely charmed. From the looks of it, she would not hesitate even if Dayu wanted her to die. However, Zimo was still puzzled. Logically speaking, when Dayu arrived at Divine Phoenix Island and snatched away the Divine Phoenix bone, she even fought with the island's experts. The people of Divine Phoenix Island should hate him to the core. Although Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost similarly had an utmost treasure snatched away by Dayu, it was understandable why they didn't hold a grudge against Zimo. That was because Dayu arrived at the Dragon Burial Valley and discovered the existence of the Blood Face. It was equivalent to helping Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost to get rid of a huge calamity. However, what about Divine Phoenix Island? Could there be a blood face at Divine Phoenix Island as well? Su Zimo tried asking, after that blood-robed woman descended, did she discover any hidden troubles on this island and help to resolve them? No. Emoing shook her head, somewhat confused as to why Su Zimo asked that. She said when that senior arrived, she wanted to take away the Divine Phoenix bone right away. However, the experts on the island naturally would not permit it, and both parties fought. In the end, the island's experts suffered a crushing defeat. Su Zimo was not surprised by this outcome. Mo Ing continued. That senior said that the Divine Phoenix bone did not belong to Divine Phoenix Island and that it was a belonging of her friend. Her friend? Su Zimo was a little confused. Mo Ing said, actually, Divine Phoenix Island originally had a bone left behind by a Divine Phoenix. However, about 200 years ago, another undying Divine Phoenix fell from the island. 200 years ago. Su Zimo went deep into thought. He also found Daiyu outside Pingyang town around that time. He related if the two matters were related. When the Divine Phoenix fell onto the island, it was already severely injured and on the brink of death. Therefore, it burned itself and underwent nirvana. Legend has it that the both genders of the Divine Phoenix race possessed the ability to undergo nirvana. Once they succeeded, they could revive and their combat strength would become even stronger. Of course, if the rebirth through nirvana failed, they would die and leave only one thing behind. The male Divine Phoenix would leave behind a drop of essence blood. The female Divine Phoenix would leave behind a bone, the Divine Phoenix bone. Mo Ing continued, unfortunately, the Divine Phoenix's rebirth failed and there was only a Divine Phoenix bone left in its ashes. That bone was the Divine Phoenix bone that the senior took away. Su Zimo exhaled deeply. At that point, many things were clear. If Daiyu was right, the friend she was referring to should be the undying Divine Phoenix that died. If that was the case, the Divine Phoenix bone in Su Zimo's right hand should be the bone left behind by the Divine Phoenix's nirvana death. The reason why Divine Phoenix Island was not hostile towards him was partly because Daiyu was powerful. At the same time, it was also because the Divine Phoenix bone did not belong to Divine Phoenix Island to begin with. Mo Ing said, actually, Divine Phoenix Island has been waiting for you. The experts on the island know that the successor of that senior with the Divine Phoenix bone will definitely come here. Su Zimo thought for a moment. According to what you said, Divine Phoenix Island had another Divine Phoenix bone previously. Yes. Mo Ing nodded. However, that Divine Phoenix bone already has an owner, our island's mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Another conjoint body mighty figure. Furthermore, it was a conjoint body mighty figure with the Divine Phoenix bone. Mo Ing said, however, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix has not been able to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber all these years. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The Dragon Soul Saber was indeed rather amazing if even a conjoint body mighty figure could not subdue it. Take a rest first. Mo Ing said, when you're feeling better, I'll take you to meet the island master. He was the one who pulled you out from the void currents personally. Su Zimo nodded. I'm fine now. I can pay a personal visit to the island master of Divine Phoenix Island to express my thanks personally. Right then, Su Zimo frowned and shifted his gaze towards the entrance of the room. For some reason, he could not hear any sounds. However, his spirit perception stirred. It was as though someone was approaching and right at the entrance. At that moment, Mo Ing was sitting opposite Su Zimo. She was even closer to the door, but she did not realize anything. What's wrong? When Mo Ing saw the change in Su Zimo's expression, she looked towards the entrance instinctively as well. Dong! 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 Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Emoing stood up and asked. It's me. A man's voice sounded, gentle and magnetic. Emoing stood up and opened the door, bowing slightly to the intruder. Greetings, mighty figure, heavenly phoenix. Mighty figure, heavenly phoenix. The other person from Divine Phoenix Island with the Divine Phoenix bone. Su Zimo's gaze landed on mighty figure, heavenly phoenix. The man looked to be in his 30s and wore a white shirt. He was scholarly and had a warm expression as he looked towards Su Zimo as well. Their gazes met in midair. Mighty figure, heavenly phoenix, nodded slightly and smiled at Su Zimo in a friendly manner. Su Zimo stood up as well and cupped his fists towards mighty figure, heavenly phoenix. I'm Long Mo. Greetings, mighty figure, heavenly phoenix. Thank you for receiving me on your island. My island? No. Since you possess the Divine Phoenix bone, you're someone of Divine Phoenix Island as well. Mighty figure, heavenly phoenix smiled. There's no need to stand on courtesy upon reaching the island. You can just treat Divine Phoenix Island as your home. Su Zimo smiled as well. Mighty figure, heavenly phoenix pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, I have a presumptuous request. Brother Long Mo, can you take out your Divine Phoenix bone and let me take a look? Frowning slightly, Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before extending his right hand. The bone palm of my right hand is the Divine Phoenix bone. There was no need to hide that. The eyes of mighty figure, heavenly phoenix, lit up as he marveled. That's incredible. He praised. To think that there's such a method in the world that can attach the Divine Phoenix bone to the tendons, bones, and bloodline of a human. This can truly be considered as a work of God. Mighty figure, heavenly phoenix, flipped his palm and held out a fiery red bone fragment. Brother Long Mo, please take a look. This is my Divine Phoenix bone. Although the Divine Phoenix bone was an item of mighty figure, heavenly phoenix, it was not connected to his bloodline and could only be considered as an utmost treasure in his possession. He seemed excited and asked, I wonder where that senior is right now. Can I have the honor of paying her a visit? Chapter 1333, Smooth. Chapter 1333, Smooth. In the eyes of mighty figure, heavenly phoenix, Su Zimo saw a look of reverence and anticipation. However, for some reason, a strange feeling rose in his heart. He shook his head. She left a long time ago. Left? She hasn't returned all these years? Mighty figure, heavenly phoenix, asked again. At the side, Mo-ing looked hopeful as well. Su Zimo shook his head. Mighty figure, heavenly phoenix, was disappointed and said regrettably, I went out to explore and was not on the island that day, so I did not manage to meet that senior. I was in awe when I heard the descriptions from the cultivators on the island. To think that I would never get the chance to witness the grandeur of that senior again. What a pity. He swept his gaze across Su Zimo and changed the topic with a smile. If I'm not wrong, Brother Long Mo, you can't be considered as a human anymore, right? Normally, the bloodline of the dragon true body would be hidden and dormant, flowing slowly without revealing any demonic chi. However, mighty figure heavenly phoenix was indeed sharp and noticed something unusual. Su Zimo nodded and did not lie. Divine Phoenix Island was one of the 2 islands and was a superfaction of the cultivation world. It was ranked alongside the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, and 6 Buddhist monasteries, and there were many experts on the island. This matter could not be hidden for sure. Mighty figure heavenly phoenix smiled. Brother Long Mo, don't worry. Divine Phoenix Island isn't like the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects that can't tolerate fiend demons. Divine Phoenix Island accepts all the different races, and not all the cultivators on this island are humans either. There are also millions of demons, beasts, fishes, turtles, and sea monsters. All living beings are equal, and we treat everyone equally. Oh! Su Zimo was shocked. Among the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects, there was only a single identity for demons to exist. They were reared by humans as mounts or spirit beasts. No sect would accept a demon as their successor. Killing demons was the mission and self-proclaimed purpose of many orthodox cultivators. That was also the reason why many sects and factions attacked Su Zimo brazenly in the name of slaying evil. In fact, many sects even disregarded their dignity and sent cultivators one or two major cultivation realms above Su Zimo to kill him at any cost. Su Zimo had not expected that there would be such a faction in the cultivation world that would accommodate the 10,000 races. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix slanted his body slightly and whispered to Su Zimo in a mysterious manner, "To be honest, Brother Long Mo, although I was originally a human, half of the blood that flows through my body right now isn't from the human race either." Huh. Su Zimo exchanged glances and smiled. Their relationship seemed to have gotten closer. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was smooth and experienced. Although he was a conjoint body mighty figure, he did not put on any airs at all and had an ability to make people lower their guard and trust him. However, for some reason, the impression that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix gave Su Zimo was inferior to Mo Ing, who was silent at the side. It was as though Mo Ing was more down to earth. Of course, it was only logical for Su Zimo to be wary of anyone since he had just arrived at Divine Phoenix Island and was unfamiliar with the place. "Brother Long Mo, how's your body recovering?" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked again. Su Zimo smiled. "I'm fine now." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix burst into laughter. "That's perfect. Let me call the shots to take you around Divine Phoenix Island and show you the sights of the place, as well as introduce you to the culture here. How about that, Brother Long Mo?" Initially, Su Zimo wanted to pay a visit to the island master of Divine Phoenix Island. However, he could not reject the enthusiasm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and nodded in agreement. It was good to explore Divine Phoenix Island as well and to have a rough understanding of it. It wouldn't be too late to visit the island master of Divine Phoenix Island thereafter. "Brother Long Mo, please." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix opened the door and made an inviting gesture. "I wouldn't dare. Senior Heavenly Phoenix, please." Su Zimo gave way. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix no longer pushed back and left the room first. Without much effort, he floated and arrived in midair. Su Zimo and Mo Ing followed closely behind. After leaving the room, a damp and salty smell wafted over. It was the smell of seawater, and the roaring sounds in his ears were even clearer. Arriving in midair, Su Zimo looked over and could not help but reveal a look of shock. They hovered above a gigantic island that spanned 1,000 kilometers and was extremely huge. However, such a vast island seemed extremely tiny against the boundless and magnificent ocean surface. Su Zimo had seen the spirit sea before and comprehended the Tao within. He had also seen the 1,000-year blood sea and encountered fatal danger within. However, up till this point of his cultivation, this was the first time he had seen a truly massive ocean. It was much more majestic than any spirit sea or the 1,000-year blood sea. The waves rumbled loudly. The deep blue surface of the ocean rose with massive waves surging over. Beneath the surface of the ocean, countless sea monsters, fiend demons, and terrifying threats lurked. Everything aside, the might of the ocean was enough to shock one's heart. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he gazed at the ocean. He had a new understanding of the tidal manual and sea calming manual. Mo Ing noticed this and nodded to herself. This was a state of enlightenment. If it lasted for a long time, it would provide unimaginable benefits to one's cultivation. Many cultivators underwent breakthroughs of minor or even major cultivation realms in their state of enlightenment. "Brother Long Mo, look over there." Right then, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nudged Su Zimo gently and pointed into the distance with a smile. Those are the guards of divine Phoenix Island. They're not only humans, but also demons as well. With that nudge from mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo snapped out of his state of enlightenment. Mo-ing frowned in pity. She did not think that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did it intentionally. However, a state of enlightenment was rare. Now that Su Zimo was awake, she did not know when he would be able to enter the same state again. Su Zimo was expressionless. Actually, his enlightenment state earlier on was very shallow, and the things he comprehended were limited as well. Even without the disruption of the mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, it was impossible for him to break through from the Dharma characteristic realm and enter the conjoint body realm. Following the gaze of the mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo saw a group of cultivators riding on gigantic seabirds patrolling around divine Phoenix Island. Every cultivator was at the nascent soul realm. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix led Su Zimo forward, as though he was completely oblivious to everything that happened earlier on, and continued to introduce the culture of divine Phoenix Island. When the three of them passed by the divine Phoenix Island guards, the latter all descended from the seabirds and bowed respectfully at the sight of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. One could sense that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had an extremely high status in divine Phoenix Island. Right then, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a seemingly casual manner, "Mo-ing, there's nothing much. You can go on with your work first. It's enough for me to accompany Brother Long Mo." Mo-ing hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "It's fine. I'm the saber attendant of divine Phoenix Island, and I have nothing much to do. I'll just accompany the two of you." Chapter 1334 Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 1334 Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, speaking of the saber attendant, "Have you heard of the dragon soul saber, Brother Long Mo?" "I just heard about it as well." Su Zimo replied. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pointed to a circular building that towered into the clouds not far away. "That's the Dragon Soul Hall. The Dragon Soul Saber is suppressed inside. Brother Long Mo, you have the Divine Phoenix Bone and might be able to wield the Dragon Soul Saber. Since you're already here, why don't you give it a try?" Only 2 people on Divine Phoenix Island possessed the Divine Phoenix Bone. The Dragon Soul Saber could only be subdued with the Divine Phoenix Bone. In other words, from a certain perspective, Su Zimo was an opponent of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. But now, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not express any hostility. Instead, he took the initiative to invite in a magnanimous manner. "Should we pay a visit to the island master first?" Mo-ing frowned slightly. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled gently and said, "There's no conflict between the two. I can send someone to inform the island master that we'll meet in Dragon Soul Hall. Who knows, Brother Long Mo might truly be able to wield the Dragon Soul Saber at that time, and the island master can witness it personally. Lu Ji, inform the island master that I'm heading to the Dragon Soul Hall with Brother Long Mo. Please ask him to head over." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix waved his hand and directed a guard of Divine Phoenix Island not far away. "Understood." The Divine Phoenix Island guard left without hesitation. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix Long Mo is only at the Dharma characteristic realm, and it'll be difficult for him to wield the Dragon Soul Saber even if he possesses the Divine Phoenix Bone. Mo-ing said, "I suggest that it won't be too late to try after he enters the conjoint body realm. It doesn't matter to give it a try. What if he succeeds?" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix rejected Mo-ing's suggestion indifferently. But Mo-ing wanted to argue again. After all, the Dragon Soul Saber was extremely terrifying and berserk. If he could not withstand it, he would face immense danger and might even be severely injured. "Let's go along with Senior Heavenly Phoenix's wishes. I'm keen on taking a look as well." Su Zimo agreed with a fake smile. Mo sighed internally with a hint of worry. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix burst into laughter. Brother Long Mo is truly straightforward. Let's go. He led the way and transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards Dragon Soul Hall. Su Zimo and Mo followed closely behind. Su Zimo gazed at the back of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix in deep thought. 2 guards stood guard at the entrance of Dragon Soul Hall. One of them was tall and the other was short. Both of them were at the Dharma characteristic realm. Greetings, senior brother Heavenly Phoenix. The 2 guards bowed respectfully. Jing Sheng, Jing Ming, get up. There's no need for formalities. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded slightly. Are you 2 brothers on duty today? Yes. The tall one on the left was Jing Sheng. Senior brother Heavenly Phoenix, are you going to attempt to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber again? This is an important matter on the island. At that moment, many cultivators on the island gradually gathered when they saw mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and 2 other people arrive before the Dragon Soul Hall. It's not me, it's Brother Long Mo. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pointed at Su Zimo. Brother Long Mo has a divine phoenix bone as well. He's the one making an attempt this time round. Dao Lords Jingming and Jingsheng looked at Su Zimo with hostility and rejection. Fufu, you want to wield the Dragon Soul Saber at the Dharma characteristic realm. I don't know if you're ignorant or arrogant. Do you think that you can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber just because you have the divine phoenix bone? I can only say that you're way too naive. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, Jingming and Jingsheng, did not conceal their thoughts and mocked without restraint. Su Zimo smiled without replying. The 2 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords were not scheming and said whatever they thought. However, they were candid and did not pose much of a threat to Su Zimo. Both of you, shut up. Moing frowned and hollered softly. Although they faced a conjoint body mighty figure, the 2 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, Jingming and Jingsheng, did not show any fear. Jingsheng was a little indignant. He's an outsider, and yet he's trying to wield the Dragon Soul Saber the moment he steps foot onto Divine Phoenix Island? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to outshine senior brother Heavenly Phoenix? Don't be rude. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix berated the 2 of them as well. I was the one who invited Brother Long Mo here. There's no need for the 2 of you to say anything. He's not an outsider. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. By the time everyone looked over, the intruder had already arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Soul Hall. He wore blue robes sewn with raging tide currents and looked to be in his middle years, exuding the might of someone who had been in power for a long time. Greetings, Island Master. Mo-ing, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, and the others bowed and responded in unison. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Su Zimo's expression turned serious as he bowed hurriedly as well. Greetings, Island Master. I am Long Mo. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded and swept his gaze past Jingming and Jingsheng before turning to the other cultivators who were approaching. Since Long Mo has a divine phoenix bone, he shall be deemed as someone of Divine Phoenix Island, and nobody is to see him as an outsider. The words of the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island acknowledged Su Zimo. Right from the beginning, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not say anything. He merely smiled and nodded, as though he agreed with the Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island. Let's go. Since we're already at the Dragon Soul Hall, let's enter and take a look. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix Island glanced at Su Zimo and instructed, If you can't withstand it, don't force yourself. At the very least, if you retreat in time, nothing will go wrong. Su Zimo nodded. The doors of the Dragon Soul Hall opened and a shockingly malevolent aura surged forth, causing the expressions of many Divine Phoenix Island cultivators to change. This was the ancestral dragon, malevolent chi of the dragon soul saber, and was extremely powerful. If they were too close, the malevolent chi would be enough to kill Dharma characteristic Tao lords. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm. It was a familiar aura that made him feel close. The bloodline of the dragon race in his body was restless. Su Zimo smiled. Initially, he was unsure about this dragon soul saber, but now he truly wanted to give it a shot. Notwithstanding the strength of the dragon soul saber, the fact that he would be able to gain the undying fealty of a conjoint body mighty figure just by wielding it was worth the try. Pausing for a moment, the island master of Divine Phoenix, Island, led the way before many cultivators entered. They walked along a long corridor, and before long, their vision cleared up. Up ahead was a gigantic secret chamber. There were at least 100 thick chains mounted on the 4 walls of the secret chamber. On the end of the chains was a long saber. The saber was snow-white all over, and one could clearly see that there was a section of the dragon race's spine in the middle that was tough, powerful, and unshakable. Dragon chi coiled around the saber and was almost corporeal. Dragon soul saber. The fact that the dragon soul saber was suppressed here by 100 chains was proof of how terrifying that saber was. Clang, clang. Sensing that someone was approaching, the blade of the dragon soul saber buzzed and trembled. Suddenly, a violent and sharp saber chi burst forth and spread in all directions. Chapter 1335, Dragon Soul Saber. Chapter 1335, Dragon Soul Saber. Many cultivators stopped in their tracks the moment they entered the hall. If they took another step forward, they would have to endure the sharp saber chi of the Dragon Soul Saber. The Dragon Soul Saber was extremely domineering. Although it was locked here, any living being that entered its domain would be attacked wildly by it. Cultivation did not matter. Even conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestors were no exceptions. Long mo go on. The island master of Divine Phoenix, Island, nodded slightly, indicating for Su Zimo to head up. Su Zimo nodded and began advancing towards the dragon's soul saber. Jingming surveyed his surroundings and asked, "Everyone, guess how far can Long Mo go?" "I reckon that he won't be able to endure it by the time he's 50 feet away from the dragon's soul saber." "Yes, 50 feet is the limit. Any more than that, and Dharma characteristic, Tao, lords will die. However, Long Mo has the divine phoenix bone, so I reckon he can make it to 30 feet. It'll be impossible for him to get closer than that." That's right. Back when Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could only reach within 30 feet as well. The cultivators discussed softly. Su Zimo had already entered the attack range of the dragon's soul saber. However, even when the saber chi struck the dragon true body, it could not stop him in his tracks. Su Zimo's back was facing the crowd, and the smile in his eyes intensified. If it was any other connate utmost treasure that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, who possessed the divine phoenix bone, could not subdue, there was a high chance that Su Zimo would not be able to either. However, it was different for the dragon soul saber. The blade of the dragon soul saber used the bones and soul of an ancestral dragon as the foundation. In the Dragon Bone Valley, when Su Zimo underwent the baptism and awakened his innate divine powers, the ancestral dragon had already submitted when it sensed the taboo bloodline in him. In fact, even the innate divine power, the ancestral dragon divine pillar, was imparted to Su Zimo. Could the ancestral dragon in this dragon soul saber defend against the aura of a taboo? 50 feet. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was within 50 feet. However, he showed no signs of stopping. To be precise, his footsteps had been exactly the same the entire time. It was as if they had been accurately measured. Even his speed was the same, as if he was taking a leisure stroll. The sharp and violent saber chi in the eyes of outsiders did not have any lethality when they struck the dragon true body. They turned into streams of ancestral dragon chi and surged into Su Zimo's body. 40 feet. 30 feet. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was only 30 feet away from the dragon's soul saber. Jingming and Jingxing's expressions changed slightly. The discussions in the crowd gradually died down, as well as they fixed their gazes on the figure walking towards the dragon's soul saber. Only mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had a relaxed smile. He knew that it was impossible for Dharma characteristic Tao lords to wield the dragon's soul saber. 20 feet. 10 feet. 5 feet. Su Zimo was within reach of the dragon's soul saber. This, Mo Ying's eyes shone brightly with anticipation. The island master of divine Phoenix Island narrowed his eyes as well, as though he was waiting for something. A smile was still on the face of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. However, his smile seemed to have turned a little stiff. Su Zimo looked at the dragon soul saber not far away and extended his right hand slowly, grabbing the handle of the saber. The moment Su Zimo gripped the handle of the dragon soul saber, a loud and authoritative dragon roar sounded from the saber. Immediately after, a powerful chi of the ancestral dragon surged into Su Zimo's flesh through the handle. Pang! 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 The chains on the 4 walls snapped and countless gravel rolled down, engulfing Su Zimo's figure in a terrifying manner. A powerful and terrifying saber chi condensed into a saber that surged into the skies like an ancestral dragon. Boom! The entire secret chamber was sliced into 2 by that saber instantly. The crowd was shocked. Everyone retreat. Long Mo was slashed by the dragon soul saber and is already dead. Jing Ming exclaimed. The cultivators retreated. The only ones remaining on the spot were the island master of Divine Phoenix Island, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, and Mo Ying. Their cultivation realms were high, and the island master of Divine Phoenix Island was even a half-martial ancestor expert. They could see everything clearly. All 3 of their gazes were fixed on the secret chamber before them. The cultivators seemed to have realized something as well and stopped in their tracks, looking over with widened eyes. The dust dispersed. A figure gradually appeared before everyone. Long Mo isn't dead? Jing Ming was confused. The situation seemed as though the entire world was about to be destroyed. Yet Long Mo was still alive even though he was at the eye of the storm. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix narrowed his eyes. His gaze landed on Su Zimo's right hand. There was a long saber in his hands. The snow-white blade and dragon bone of the saber could be seen clearly. Dragon soul saber. Long Mo had succeeded. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island let out a long sigh, as though a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Mo Ying was relieved as well and looked delighted. Impossible! Jing Ming shrieked and pointed at the dragon soul saber in Su Zimo's hands, saying incoherently, This dragon soul saber! It's impossible. You're at the Dharma characteristic realm. It's impossible. The cultivators widened their eyes in shock as well. It had been tens of thousands of years since the previous wielder of the dragon's soul saber. To think that someone would finally regain control of the dragon's soul saber in this generation. However, this person was not mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, who was in the hearts of everyone, but an outsider. A momentary gloominess flashed through the eyes of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. This scene had truly exceeded his expectations. In fact, he felt as though he had lifted a stone and smashed it on his own feet. Su Zimo turned around and smiled with the dragon soul saber in his hands. It's all thanks to Senior Heavenly Phoenix's kind invitation today that I'm lucky enough to wield this dragon soul saber. The corners of Heavenly Phoenix's mouth twitched as he forced a smile as well. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island raised his head slightly and declared, "Since the Dragon Soul Saber now has a master, I can announce something. Long Mo shall become Divine Phoenix Islands." Island Master. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island was interrupted before he could finish. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice, "Actually, I'm here because I want to try and see if I can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber as well. I hope that you'll give me a chance, Island Master." "That's right." Jingming shouted immediately. "Senior Brother Heavenly Phoenix hasn't tried it yet. If he can subdue the Dragon Soul Saber as well, it should belong to him." "Yes." Many cultivators nodded in agreement. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix had resided in Divine Phoenix Island and had a stable foundation and high prestige. He was naturally not someone an outsider like Su Zimo could compare to. "That's against the rules." Mo Ing said resolutely, "Whoever wields the Dragon Soul Saber will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. No one else will be qualified." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. To think that there was such a meaning to wielding the Dragon Soul Saber. The wielder of the Dragon Soul Saber would be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. It was no wonder why the cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island had such a huge reaction. Most people would be indignant if an outsider like him were to become the young master of Divine Phoenix Island right after arriving. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. Su Zimo smiled and walked towards Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix. He handed the Dragon Soul Saber over in reverse. "It's all right. Of course, you can try, Senior Heavenly Phoenix." "That's good as well." The island master of Divine Phoenix Island nodded. "That will be more fair. If both of you are able to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber, we'll find another way to determine the winner." Chapter 1336. Victory is decided. Chapter 1336. Victory is decided. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix took a deep breath and received the Dragon Soul Saber. Although he had tried to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber many times over the years, he did not dare to be careless now. The Dragon Soul Saber was initially silent when it was in Su Zimo's hands. However, after Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix took over, streams of violent saber chi burst forth. Ancestral dragon chi filled the air and the saber trembled wildly. The expression of Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix changed slightly as he hollered softly, "Silence!" He flipped his palm and revealed his Divine Phoenix Bone. Channeling dermic powers, the Divine Phoenix Bone turned red and transparent instantly, as though it was burned through. "Go!" Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix gripped the Divine Phoenix Bone and shone it towards the Dragon Soul Saber in his right hand. Instantly, a flare burst forth from the Divine Phoenix Bone with a scorching heat that seemed like it could incinerate all living beings and landed on the Dragon Soul Saber. Su Zimo was very familiar with the aura of the flare. It was exactly the same as the Divine Phoenix Bone in his right hand. Roar! Against the Divine Phoenix's flames, the Dragon Soul Saber trembled. As though it was agitated, it let out a loud, furious dragon roar. The saber chi became even stronger, and the ancestral dragon chi was berserk with a rampant dragon might. Apart from the island master of Divine Phoenix Island, Mo Ing and Su Zimo, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. Is he going to fail again? Jing Ming's eyes dimmed. Jing Xing sighed internally with a look of pity. They were not the only ones. In the hearts of most of the cultivators from Divine Phoenix Island, although Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix could not wield the Dragon Soul Saber, he was already their young master. All these years, Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix stayed on Divine Phoenix Island and conquered places for it. He had done countless meritorious deeds and possessed immense prestige. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never tasted defeat among his peers, and it was even easier for him to challenge those above his level. Although the island master of Divine Phoenix Island was a half-martial ancestor, the outcome of a battle between the two of them would be indeterminate. It was definitely not a fluke that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had such prestige in Divine Phoenix Island. Therefore, many Divine Phoenix Island cultivators were indignant when they saw that he was about to lose to an outsider. Su Zimo had a calm expression. If he wanted to subdue the Dragon Soul Saber with the Divine Phoenix Bone, it would be extremely difficult. That was because the bloodline of the dragon race was not weaker than the Divine Phoenix race to begin with. The reason why Su Zimo could make the Dragon Soul Saber submit was not because of the Divine Phoenix Bone. It was because the Dragon Soul Saber had sensed the aura of the Dragon Phoenix in Su Zimo's body. Although it was not obvious, it was one of the 3 primordial taboos. Although this was his first time coming into contact with mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Su Zimo could vaguely sense an extremely terrifying power coming from the latter. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was far from simple. Dragon Soul Hall. The trembling of the Dragon Soul Saber intensified, as though it could break free from the hands of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix at any moment. Humph! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix harumphed coldly with a resolute gaze. He bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The moment the blood fell out, it was filled with a scorching aura. The aura was not weaker than the temperature of the Divine Phoenix Bone. Shing! The stream of blood splashed onto the Divine Phoenix Bone and evaporated instantly. A shuddering aura emanated from the fog, as though an extremely terrifying existence was awakening. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear. Against that aura, they actually had the urge to kneel down and kowtow. Humans were not the only ones. The other races present, be it ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts, were filled with fear. It was a fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes as well, and his heart skipped a beat. The moment the blood of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix fused with the Divine Phoenix Bone, his bloodline became restless. His dragon blood boiled, and the Divine Phoenix Bone burned as well. This had never happened before. What was even stranger was that the Dragon Soul Saber was initially struggling. However, it froze up and stopped trembling when it sensed the aura. Even the Dragon Soul Saber seemed to be shocked by that aura. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was delighted. But soon, the Dragon Soul Saber trembled once more. Clang! Clang! Immediately after, dragon chi emanated from the Dragon Soul Saber, and the phantom of an ancestral dragon was conjured. It soared into the skies and let out a dragon roar that penetrated metal and cracked rocks, shocking the entire place. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix shuddered, and his expression changed starkly. The 2 berserk auras collided, and the Divine Phoenix Bone that was in mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's hands was sent flying. Without the suppression of the Divine Phoenix Bone, the Dragon Soul Saber released its might completely. Saber chi filled the air, and it was extremely sharp, as though it could slice through the void. The palm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix that was holding the Dragon Soul Saber tore instantly, and blood gushed out. Intense pain stimulated his nerves. However, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix grit his teeth and refused to let go. His features were contorted in pain and were squeezed together. The island master of Divine Phoenix Island frowned and said darkly, "Heavenly Phoenix, let go!" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix remained silent and gripped the Dragon Soul Saber still, unwilling to give up. Buzz! Buzz! In a wild manner, the saber chi surged upwards along the wrist of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Right in front of everyone, Wounds appeared on the arm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix before long, and fresh blood flowed. If this continued, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's entire arm would be minced into dust. Bang! The Island Master of Divine Phoenix, Island, waved his sleeves and released a domineering power that struck the palm of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix released his grip, and the dragon soul saber broke free, turning into a white cold beam of light that returned to Sue Zimmo instantly. Gee! The dragon soul saber stabbed vertically into the ground in front of Sue Zimmo, and its blade trembled. Nobody knew what happened or why the dragon soul saber that had initially gone silent suddenly broke free from the control of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Even Sue Zimmo could not understand. But now it was clear who won. This time round, even the surrounding cultivators went silent. On the other side, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stood motionlessly with a terrible expression. His arm was slumped and was dripping with blood in a wretched manner. Of course, such injuries were nothing to conjoint body mighty figures. Even if his arm was snapped, it could regrow. However, the blow he received today was way too great. Even with his shrewdness, he could not conceal the indignance and disappointment in his heart at that moment. None of the cultivators present knew better than him why he was defeated. Just a step more. Just a little more. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix lowered his head slightly to conceal the gloominess in his eyes. Sue Zimmo smiled at mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and cupped his fists. Thank you for giving in, Senior Heavenly Phoenix. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix raised his head and smiled as well. The Island Master of Divine Phoenix, Island, raised his voice. Since things have come to this, there's no point arguing. Long M.O. Island Master. Right then, Jingming could not hold it in any longer and stood out, saying in a deep voice, "The status of a young master is no small matter. Long Mo's background is unknown. Please reconsider, Island Master. Island Master, please listen to me." Jingxing bowed as well. The young master of Divine Phoenix Island is the face of Divine Phoenix Island, and his combat strength must not be weak. Otherwise, Divine Phoenix Island will be mocked by outsiders.